Hello, everyone. We're going to get started here in just about 15 seconds, so sit tight, and I'll be right back on the line with you. All right, welcome back for another compelling webinar. You know, we're getting towards the end of International Clothesline Week. While that is a zero energy way to dry your clothes, I don't think that is going to come up during our discussion today. So consider that factual icing on top of the cake that is all the other things you're going to hear today. And what are those things I'm referring to? Well, we're going to talk about retrofitting net zero homes that yield net positive financial returns. We're going to discuss heat pumps, insulation, windows, and solar technology, and we'll also get into the financial aspects of all this. So sharpen your pencils and fire up your financial calculators. David Green is making his Green Builder Media webinar debut today. He holds a BA in physics from Oxford University with honors and an MBA from Harvard Business School with distinction. He is the author of Zero Carbon Home and Zero Carbon Pool. Assisting David today is Bruce Sullivan. Now, he's joined us on here once before, but in case you don't recall that, he is the technical director at the Zero Energy Project, and he's been helping business professionals increase energy efficiency for more than 35 years. 5 years ago, he and his wife built their very own zero energy home, so he speaks from firsthand experience. And we have two sponsors for today's webinar. PowerShift by NV Energy is a program that helps residential and business customers conserve energy and save money on their power bills. PowerShift is a one-stop services. For more information, please visit nvenergy.com/PowerShift. Our other T0, which is a promoting the many paths to zero to accelerate market adoption of zero energy, zero carbon, zero impact homes, commercial buildings, developments, communities, and retrofits across North America. Now, during the course of today's presentation, you could submit questions for our guests at any time. Simply use the questions in the GoToWebinar control panel. We're going to take those questions as they come in, but we're also going to leave time at the end of the presentation for additional questions. So, Bruce, let's go ahead and start with you.
Thanks a lot, Mike. We appreciate the chance to speak to folks today about zero energy. The Zero Energy Project, as you mentioned, is a website designed to help building professionals and consumers kind of navigate the path that they choose to reach zero energy. There are many ways to get there. And I think what to remember is that we're at this point where the technology to do zero energy is in hand. We know what the material techniques, the equipment, we know all that. And it seems to me that the stumbling block, the only remaining obstacle, is the economic aspect of this. I like to say that nobody ever complained about living in a house that was more comfortable, more healthy, and more durable. But what they do find out, I think, is that, or what they do run into, is this question about, well, isn't it going to be expensive? So at Zero Energy Project, we have spent quite a lot of our time kind of developing new ways to look at the costs. And so what we did in the course of doing that is basically come up with this idea that if you can afford to build or buy a new home, you can afford to make that home zero energy. And David, we kind of came across David. We crossed paths with David last year sometime, and he contributed a couple of really great posts to our blog. And I think he's kind of is moving forward with this idea of taking a home, an existing home, and retrofitting it to very high efficiency standards, reaching all zero energy. With us, not only what he did, but how he analyzes the economic benefits of that. And as we go through there, I think it's important to listen very closely to the methods that David uses to kind of analyze the economic benefits, the financing side of it, and then that'll get past that last and final obstacle. So David, I think I'll just turn it over to you, and we'll kind of chat a lot about this as we.
Great. So thank you, Bruce. Let me just go to the first slide. So I hope you're now seeing the opening slides as Zero Carbon Home. Thank you to Green Builder Media for and Bruce's organization, the Zero Energy Project, for hosting this call, and Frankie doing an incredible job of spreading the word on what I think we all agree is an essential topic. I'd especially like to thank Bruce Sullivan, and Joe Emerson, who helped me create this presentation, and Mike Cullinan, who's our MC this afternoon, and he's going to be feeding me the questions from the chat box. You can submit those questions anytime. I'm very happy to take questions anytime, and at the end of the presentation, I will stay on as long as it takes to answer everyone's question, okay? So I don't have anything on the back end of this presentation. I'm just going to stay on and answer people's questions until we've got through them all. So I'll be speaking this afternoon, as Bruce said in his intro, about our own experience cutting our own home's carbon footprint to zero and making a 15% on investment by doing so. That's right, you heard me correctly, everyone. You get paid to cut your carbon footprint. This is a sea change from 10 years ago, when, as Bruce mentioned, it costs you a lot of money to go zero. Well, now it's the opposite. Now you get paid to go zero. You make money. This, in my opinion, is disruptive. I'm a business guy. Disruption is sort of the language of business. It's the inflection point. I believe we're entering a new era here, and this is the point of no return. So welcome to the future, everyone. It's a zero carbon future. So this is what happened on our house. This is what we did with our house. The carbon footprint, first I'll talk in a moment about the energy bills. Our carbon footprint used to be about 30 to 35 tons of carbon dioxide every year. That's an enormous amount of carbon dioxide. Hard to even imagine what 30 dioxide looks like. And then in 2017, at the end of 2016, we installed solar of our house. I'll show you in a minute, and heat pumps to supplement, mostly replace, but supplement our oil-powered furnace. Combined, they cut our carbon footprint about 2/3, about 20 tons of carbon dioxide per year gone because of the solar and the heat pumps. And then the following year, we installed insulation, or I installed insulation on the ceiling of my basement. It was very easy, very cheap, very effective. And we installed triple-glazed windows, which I paid a contractor to do. That cut our carbon footprint another 50%. So by now, we're down to about 5 tons, starting from about 30 to 35 tons. And in the summer of 2018, I started to realize, hey, we could actually push this further and actually get to zero. And wouldn't that be kind of cool? So I put extra solar panels on the roof of my house. I have 2 solar panel arrays, one on my house, one on my garage, and that took us to a zero carbon footprint for the calendar year of 2019. And just to put this into context, 35 tons per year is about equivalent to taking 10 gasoline-powered cars off the road. One house equal to 10 cars. This is huge. And I did not, when I started on this journey, I did not set out to go zero. I wanted to cut my carbon footprint, but I didn't think getting to zero was actually possible. And so cutting it to zero was actually a surprise. Now, what was even more of a surprise is that I'm saving $11,000 a year on heating bills and electricity. So you see the next graph here shows the total energy bill, that's heating oil in our case, plus electricity combined. And it was about $11,000 for 2014, 2015, 2016. And then in 2017, we put in the heat pumps and the solar panels. 2018, the insulation and the triple-glazed windows. Middle of 2018, then the second solar panel array that got us to a negative energy bill for 2019. Now, what this means is the excess solar power that we contribute to the grid during the summertime earns me a financial benefit which exceeds what on heating oil, which is tiny these days. So 35 tons of carbon dioxide gone each year, every year, and forever. and $11,000 more in my back pocket each year, every year, forever. This is big. So a bit about me. Can't tell already by my accent. I have a degree in physics from Oxford University. I came to America almost 30 years ago now to get an MBA from Harvard Business School. That's where I met this girl, fell in love, and she's now my wife and mother of my 3 children, and I decided to stay. During my career, I founded and I was CEO of 2 different biotech companies, Harvard Bioscience, both companies public. And then in 2014, I was involved in a very nasty road accident. And while I was recovering, I did the research on cutting our family's carbon footprint. And as I did this research, I was really disappointed. There was no guidebook. I couldn't find a guidebook either at the library, on Amazon, or on the blogs and websites. I couldn't find the recipe book I was looking for. I would just say, hey, here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, do it, you're done. There was nothing out there. There's a lot of advice, but what I found is that a lot of that advice made energy sense, but did not make financial sense. And that MBA in me said that I gotta get to the bottom of this. I gotta analyze this because I'm not willing to spend my family's money on things that don't make financial sense. And the books that I wrote, Zero Carbon Home and Zero Carbon Pool, are the recipe books that I was looking for. It's what I wanted to know when I was asking myself the question, how do I cut carbon footprint? And on the house, I'm saving $11,000 a year on energy bills, and the pool was $3,000 a year. I was spending, I now spend $0 to run our swimming pool. And I wrote 1 book about each. Now, I do not work for or get paid by any supplier of equipment, no heat pumps, no solar panels. So I have no conflicts of interest. I'm not selling you anything here. I do sell the books, but everyone on this call is getting the book for free. So there's no conflict there either. And what happened after I published the books, I'm supposed to be retired, but what happened is homeowners started calling me and saying, hey, David, this is great. I love what you're doing, but can you just help me? Because maybe they'd had a bad experience with contractors or didn't have the time and just wanted some help in getting it done. So I do that as well. And my advice is based on my own experience, but neither me nor the company is giving any investment, tax, legal, or financial advice. I'm not providing any guaranteed results either. And this afternoon, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to tell you that you need to eat vegetarian, turn down your thermostat, wear a cardigan like Jimmy Carter, bike to work, or have fewer children, or even vote for Al Gore. In fact, I really don't care who you vote for. I don't really care whether you believe climate change is a Chinese hoax or it's an existential threat to humanity. I'm just going to talk about how to save money by cutting your carbon footprint. And I think we can all agree on saving money. In fact, I'm not really going to tell you to do anything. I'm just going to show you what we've actually done on our own house. And it is a coincidence or perhaps destiny that our family name really is Green. I got it from my father. I'm not making it up, just like I'm not making up anything else in this presentation. And my work's been quite widely publicized. I won't go through all the details. So how do we get the data to understand the impact of these different things on cutting our carbon footprint? It was from our own house primarily. Our house is standard construction, wood walls, 2x4 cavity walls, 2 stories, 5,400 square feet, so it's a bit bigger than average. Built in 1974, it had no energy efficiency features whatsoever before we went zero. And we live in Dover, Massachusetts, which has 5,800 heating degree days a year, which means we're about average for New England and pretty much all the way across to the Midwest. And what happened is each day for the last 2 years, I've measured the heating oil consumption and the electricity used by our home. Yes, that's right. That's the kind of super geek I am. I actually like this stuff. That's really the physicist in me talking. And then I use that data to build an energy model of our home. And if you're familiar with statistics, this model has an 80% R squared, which is very good. R squared varies from 0 to 100, and 100 means it's 0 means it's hopeless. And my model has 80% R squared in predicting the daily fuel consumption for our house. Now, average over a full year, it will predict the fuel bills within about 10% of what they actually were. So pretty good, and certainly good enough for me to be able to move to the next step, which is where that the MBA in me took over and said, okay, I can now use this energy model to make cash flow projections and say, well, if I change the insulation in my attic, if I change the double glazed to triple glazed windows, how much am I going to save in terms of energy? I can translate that into money and then calculate net present value, internal rate of return, payback period, which is totally standard cash flow based analysis. Every MBA knows how to do this. Even Harvard MBAs know how to do this. Everyone who's ever done finance classes, anyone who's in accounting or business, this stuff is basic stuff. So what I did is I then measured how much energy was cut by doing each one of what I call the Fab Four. That's heat pumps, insulation, triple glazed windows, and solar panels, the program we did. And I've used a very similar method with our rental property, which you'll see some pictures of later on, and for all my consulting clients. Now, some of you may be saying, well, why are we having this conversation now? Couldn't we have had this conversation 10 years ago? And the answer is no, because as Bruce said in the intro, the cost side of this has really been the last barrier. The technologies exist, the products are now commercially available. You can get them from places like Home Depot and Lowe's. You can get them from heating contractors. This stuff is actually pretty widely available these days. But why now? Because the technologies have got substantially better in only the last few years. Insulation, for instance, you can now get R10 per inch up from R3 per inch for fiberglass. Heat pumps are far more efficient enough now. You can run them in the wintertime in the northern half of the country, not just in the southern half. Solar panels have improved enormously in efficiency and dropped dramatically in price. And triple glazed windows are now 8 times better than they were in the 1970s. Plus, the subsidies from government, state and federal are very significant. So by combining those two, by following these examples, you can cut the carbon emissions from your home to zero, save thousands of dollars a year on heating and electricity, and make a good return on your investment. We have done it. So how do we cut our carbon footprint to zero? By installing the Fab Four: heat pumps, insulation, triple glazed windows, and solar panels. This is easy to remember because the real Fab Four, that's the Beatles. Yes, I'm a Brit, I know it shows. HITS, heat pumps, insulation, triple glazed windows, and solar panels. I'm going to go through each one in turn. We go zero and make money. Well, we install the Fab Four, and we've got all the tax breaks and subsidies. So let's do heat pumps first. So the results for our heat pumps, this was the biggest single contributor to our cutting our carbon footprint. It cut it 47%, or about 20 tons per year. Its savings about $3,000 a year, mostly on heating oil. And the investment was net. That's after a couple of small subsidies. There's not much on heat pumps. It was about $26,000. Takes about 9 years to pay for itself. That's a 9% return on investment, and that's 9% after tax. So if you were to compare this to a taxable investment, like most investments are, like a stock market investment or a bond market investment, those are all taxable investments, and the interest or the gain on that would be taxed. So you'd have to have you'd have to have a return on investment of something in the 12 to 18% range on a taxable investment to have the same after-tax investment as we are getting on heat pumps. Those are very good rates of return, and there's no investment manager fees, there's no volatility, and it's even indexed for inflation. Now, the heat pumps I'm talking about here are air source heat pumps, not geothermal. We had a quote for geothermal on our house. It was $98,000. I could have done 4 houses with air source heat pumps for the cost of doing 1 house with geothermal. Geothermal is one of those techniques that, despite being quite popular in the deep energy retrofit green building community, it does make energy sense. Unquestionably, it makes energy sense, but does not make financial sense.
Hey, David, I had a question for you from the audience. You just hit on a question from Marion about how much you had to invest to get those savings, but Tamar had a question about some of those subsidies you mentioned and incentives. The question was, what are some examples of government subsidies? There's a lot of state-funded capital available as grants in California for net zero energy retrofits and for construction for multifamily residential developments, but is there anything available for single family residential, so that would be less than 4 units, for net zero energy retrofit or construction?
So the short answer is yes. In fact, there's quite a lot. And the second answer is yes, and it varies a lot depending on where you are. It varies a lot state by state because a lot of these incentives are at the state level. California and Massachusetts have very generous incentives. And other states, particularly in the middle of the country and the South, tend to have less incentives. So it does depend on where you are. And then even within the state, it often depends on which utility company serves your area. For instance, in Massachusetts, it depends on whether you have Eversource as your electricity supplier or whether you have National Grid. And the subsidies are different depending on the source. But in general, there are federal, let's just start with the federal because everyone gets that. The federal tax credits for solar panels, as you probably know, is 26%. It's also 26% on geothermal. And then most states have some kind of incentive for renewable energy. In Massachusetts, the incentives are very substantial for solar panels. They're rather small, actually, for heat pumps. 0% interest financing available for heat pumps and for triple-glazed windows, and there is low interest financing available for solar panels. Now, not every state has the low financing rates, but there is also Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae mortgages that are cheaper if they are being used for energy efficient upgrades, and those of course are national. So there's an awful lot of subsidies out there. If you really want to know, and I think everyone does want to know what it is in my place, I would go to a website called DSIREUSA.org, Desire, which is an acronym for Database of State Incentives for Renewable Energy. And there is literally a list of every state, all the federal programs, all the way from net metering to direct subsidies for insulation. So that's the best place to go. I'll be talking mostly about our experience, which will be about the Massachusetts subsidies and the federal subsidies. Did that answer your question, Tamara?
I think it probably did, and I'm going to make sure to put a link to that website, which David's exactly right. That is a wonderful resource for people. I'll put that in the chat box so that everybody has an access to that.
Great, perfect, thanks. Let me carry on. If I didn't answer your question tomorrow, make sure you come back later on and ask for a clarification on anything else. Okay, so here are our heat pumps, and if you're saying to yourself, wow, this looks a lot like my air conditioning units, you are 100% correct. They do look exactly like air conditioning units, and they function just like air conditioning units. They cool my house in the summertime, just like an AC unit does, but in the wintertime, the circuit is reversed, and they heat the house in the wintertime as well. Now, when they are heating, they heat with 4 times or 400% of the efficiency of a furnace or a boiler. This is a huge gain in heating efficiency compared to burning a fossil fuel. When they cool like an AC unit, they cool at the same efficiency as an AC unit, but when they heat, that's the magic. That's when they get 4 times efficiency of heating. So let me just explain how this works, because this is counterintuitive to a lot of people. People say they're unfamiliar with heat pumps. Well, it's actually not true. Everyone is very familiar with heat pumps because your refrigerator is a heat pump. Moving heat or removing heat, if you like, from inside the refrigerator and pumping it to the outside. So it transfers heat inside, making the inside colder, making your milk colder, and moving it to the outside so your kitchen gets warmer. So if you put your hand down the back of your refrigerator, it's warm. And I can remember my mother, when I was a kid, starting trays of seedlings in the spring by putting them up on top of the refrigerator because that's where it was warmest in the kitchen. Now, imagine that refrigerator on a larger scale, and you have an air conditioning unit. It transfers heat or pumps heat, moves heat out of the house to the outside. So if you were to put your hand over the top of an air conditioning unit or a heat pump in the summertime, when it's acting in air conditioning mode, it's hot over the top. The exhaust air from a heat pump or air conditioning unit is something like 110 degrees over the air conditioning unit in the summertime, and the air temperature may be 80 degrees. So the air is a lot hotter. That's because it has all the heat in it that was inside your house that has now been removed, just like the fridge removed the heat from your milk and moved it to the outside of the kitchen. Now, imagine reversing that circuit in wintertime, where you're now taking the heat from the outside air and pumping it inside the house, making the house warmer, and If you're following this, you'll realize you make the outside air colder. Now, a lot of people find this counterintuitive, and it is counterintuitive because it's cold out in the wintertime. So how can the air have heat in it? Well, it does. A physicist will tell you it has heat in it at any temperature above absolute zero, which is minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a lot colder than even a Minnesota winter or a North Dakota winter or a Massachusetts winter. So even in these northern climates, you can use a heat pump to move heat from the outside air into your house, warming your house up, but it must cool down the outside air still further. And I'll show you how this happens. Here's a picture of me holding an infrared thermometer. And on the left picture there, you can see me measuring the temperature on inlet. And you can see it's 4.7 degrees Fahrenheit. There's snow on the ground. It's very cold. I'm wearing ski gloves. It's a very cold winter day. On the right-hand side, you can see me measuring the temperature over the top of the heat pump, the exhaust side of the heat pump. It's minus 19.6 degrees Fahrenheit. It's unbelievably cold. It's over 25 degrees colder on the outlet side than the inlet side, even though it's a very cold day. It's 4.7 degrees outside. So this is showing you that the heat pump is cooling down the outside air. Even though it's cold, it's cooling down even further, and that heat is being taken from the air and pushed inside my house, making my house warmer in the wintertime. So this is how heat pumps work to keep your house warm in the wintertime, even when it's cold outside. What I just showed you is something called a ducted heat pump system that is on our home. We have ductwork already. That was for our prior heating system. And so replacing the air conditioning units with heat pumps was very easy. We literally carted away the old ones, put the new ones in place. They even plug into the same breakers in the electrical panel. And so it's very easy to do a retrofit, an upgrade from air conditioning units to heat pumps. If you don't have ductwork, though, as we don't at our rental property, and these pictures here on this slide are of our rental property in the same town in Dover, Massachusetts. And you can see the outside unit, sometimes called the condenser unit there on the left, and the indoor units here. We paid a little bit extra to have these ceiling mounted units. These units usually come as wall mounted units or floor mounted units. I prefer the look of these ceiling mounted units. They sort of disappear and don't ruin the aesthetics of the place. So I like these guys. And these ones are from Mitsubishi. The previous ones for our whole house are made by Bosch. And just like I said, I don't work for these guys. I'm not paid by them. I'm not advertising any of their stuff. I'm just giving you my advice based off my experience. So for details on which heat pumps we bought, I just told you, and the subsidies available and the zero interest loans, this is all in Chapter 2 of Zero. We're all going to be getting for free at the end of this talk. So there's no need to write it all down. So I do not recommend geothermal. As I mentioned, ground source heat pumps, they will cut your carbon footprint. They're far too expensive compared to air source heat pumps. They just don't make financial sense, although they do make energy sense. And I do suggest that you leave your furnace in place, because even in Massachusetts, which isn't as cold as places like North Dakota, our heat pumps, neither the Bosch heat pumps at our home nor the Mitsubishi heat pumps at our rental property, can keep the house at 70 degrees if the outside temperature is below about 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which happens on about 20 to 30 days a year in Massachusetts. So on those days, we do burn heating oil. And the carbon footprint from that heating oil is more than compensated for, more than by the solar panel, the excess solar power we export to the grid in summertime. So let me just pause here for a minute and see if there are any questions, Mike, that you want to pass on, or if anyone wants to ask right now.
Oh, we have many questions, David. So
okay. Just a few, and then like I said, I'll stick on at the end. I'll stay on until the last question is answered. So you will get your questions answered today, but let's just take a few now so we don't completely interrupt the presentation.
Sure. I'm going to keep them focused on just kind of heat pump questions, since you've been hitting on heat pumps.
Yeah. Okay.
So Alan wanted to know, if I already have a heat pump for air conditioning, but not for hot water radiators, which are right now powered by gas, what should I do?
Okay, good question. So let me just get that straight. So you have heat pumps for air conditioning, but not for heating. Did I get that right?
For So the radiator, I would assume, would be his heat source, and it is currently powered by gas.
Okay, so if you have the air conditioning units, then you have ductwork. So that's a good sign, because then it's much cheaper for you to add heat pumps to replace your air conditioning units. So the first question I would have, Alan, is how old are your AC units? If they're more than about 10 years old, they're not going to be very efficient, and they're going to start costing you money to repair. So it's probably time to start thinking about replacing them. When you replace them, don't replace them with air conditioning units, replace them with heat pumps, which will do air conditioning for you, but they will also have this huge benefit in the wintertime of giving you that heat at a 4 times efficiency compared to a fossil fuel furnace. But do not take your furnace out, just leave it in place. And then on those bitterly cold winter days, the furnace comes on automatically. The thermostats that come with the heat pumps just seamlessly integrate with the existing fossil fuel furnace. So I never even think about turning my oil heating on. It just comes on whenever the heat pumps can't keep up because it's too cold outside.
David, can I interject here, please?
I'm sorry?
David, can I interject something? You're exactly right. And what you've been describing are things called air-to-air heat pumps. So they're air source heat pumps, and they deliver their conditioned air to another, flow of air inside the ducts. For folks, especially those in the Northeast that really like to use hydronic heating, there are other devices that are called air-to-water heat pumps. And there's one that's made by Daikin. There are a couple of others be able to plug into the existing hydronic heating system. And this is where your ground source heat pumps might be a good application if you want to heat your home hydronically. And that's because the ground source heat pumps can also heat water, and they'll heat water and air, and they can, again, plug into a retrofit system that's already there. I completely agree with you that in general, ground source heat pumps are far too for most residential applications, unless that's a fairly large home. They're also, so they're good maybe for large homes, and I also think they're very appropriate for commercial buildings and larger structures. But for most the size of most residential buildings, that a ground source heat pump are these air to water heat pumps that kind of fall in between. Might be one option for people that want to stick with the hydronic heating systems.
Yeah, so this is David again. I completely agree with Bruce. I would just suggest, if you're going to look into that, using a ground source heat pump to heat water for circulating your house, just check the financial comparisons of the ground sourced approach versus air sourced approach. You can get an air source heat pump with the water to go around your radiators. It just won't heat it to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat that is, the temperature that is currently going around your radiators, it will only heat it about 110. Still, that will keep your house warm, but it won't have the recovery time. It won't get your house warm as quickly as a fossil fuel furnace. But I would definitely check it out and then just see which things make financial sense in your circumstance. Shall I carry on, or do you have another couple of questions, Mike?
Yeah, we got a couple other questions. I think some of them are have fairly brief answers, so I'm going to fire some away at you here.
Yeah.
Rick wanted to know if the heat pump size was the heat pump size to the final performance calculations, or did you actually size it in the HITS order?
Very good question. So the answer is no. This was done kind of on the fly. Even though I used what is probably widely regarded around here in Massachusetts as the best HVAC contractor, I was literally the second customer in New England for these Bosch heat pumps. So even doing air source heat pumps is nowhere near as popular as air conditioning units, and therefore the contract. So, and there was nobody out there, there was no guidebook out there for me to say, okay, David, this is what you do, A, B, C, and D, you do it in this order. However, I now know what that order is. The order in which I did it is what I described in the intro. We did the solar panels first, the heat pump second, the insulation third, and the the triple glazed windows fourth, and then we did extra solar panels at the end. That is not the right way to do it. The right way to do it, to maximize the return on investment, is to start with insulation, get that done first. That's cheap and it's fast, and it will cut your carbon footprint and your heating bills a lot. Then do the triple glazed windows. I'll come on to this in more detail in a minute because there are a lot of questions. Then do the triple glazed windows, which will cut your heating bills even further. Then size correctly to that new heating load, because I essentially sized my heating pumps to the old heating load, which means they're oversized for my new heating load, which is much lower, given I've got much better insulation and much better triple glazed windows today. And then the final thing you do is when your new heating load is established, you now know what the new electrical load is, because now you're heating with heat pumps. Then you solar panel array to meet that load. So when I did it, I was kind of winging it on a lot of this stuff. These sophisticated energy modeling, it wasn't that accurate. And, so I think we probably oversized the heat a little bit. We did not oversize the panel array. And in fact, I ended up buying a second solar panel array over my garage. But if I were to do it again, I would do insulation first, triple glazed windows second, heat pumps third, and then solar panels fourth.
Okay. Edmund wanted to know, earlier you referenced 4X, and he wanted to know, does 4X apply to a gas furnace?
Yes, it does. So a gas furnace can, at maximum, be 100% efficient. It converts 100% of the chemical energy in methane, gas, to heat. Now, they never are 100% efficient, but natural gas furnaces get very good efficiency these days, 90 to 95%. However, it can never get to 100%. A air source heat pump and a ground source heat pump can get to 400%. And this is what you'll read on the manufacturer's efficiency labels. They'll say it's a 4.0 COP, or coefficient of performance. In my experience, the COP is actually more like 3.0 on a year-round average, real-world situation, mostly in the wintertime, not in the summertime. The average COP is more like 3.0, and that's what I use in my projections in my model. I don't assume it's 4.0, but it is 300% of the efficiency of even the best natural gas furnace. Most oil furnaces are more like 75, 80% efficient, in which case you're talking about 5 times the efficiency of an oil furnace.
Okay. We have a question from Margaret. She wanted to know, do you have to locate the heat pump when you're talking about cold climates now? Do you have to locate the heat pump on the south side to get more heat?
I did not do that. In fact, those heat pumps you just saw are actually on the north side of the property. That wasn't deliberate. That was a totally aesthetic decision. It was just like, where are they going to be most out of the way and least visible from the garden? Because even though I think they're great units, they're not beautiful. So we wanted them out of the way, so they're on the north side. On our rental property, they're on both the north and the south side. And I guess it would be beneficial to have them on the south side in the winter, but I think the effect would be very small. Most of the air going into it is going to be at the same temperature on the south side as the north side. So I don't think it really makes any difference. No material difference would be my guess. But Margaret, I've never actually done it, but that would be my guess. It would make no difference which side of the house you put them on.
Okay, let's take one more question, David, and then we'll move on to the next section. And for the audience's sake, as David has mentioned, we are going to get to every single question. What we're going to do is we're going to take some questions, at the end of every one of his sections. We are going to take questions also at the end. Questions, David, are pouring in. We've got at least 35 in the queue, okay, probably more. So we are going to get to all of these, but let's do to one right now, and then we'll move on to the I in your acronym.
Okay.
Wade wanted to know, are there small heat pump units that don't take up much room? He's thinking of using it for handler because he's got a very small yard where most heat pump units would be too obtrusive.
Yeah, I like that question because I think you're really thinking ahead there. I don't know of any way. It's a really good question because I know that, for instance, in a car, almost all cars these days have air conditioning units. These are small units. They run off 12-volt DC power. That could be ideal for what you're saying. And I think small caliber, small scale heat pump / air conditioning units could be really effective for these sort of situations where you want to heat a room. Maybe it's a bathroom and you can't get as far as the bathroom, or there's a radiator there, or you're stuck with a old kickboard electric heater, which is very expensive. So I think there's a real opportunity for a small heat pump air conditioner unit, but unfortunately, Wade, I don't know of any that are on the market yet.
Actually, I think there are some heat pump units that are designed for commercial buildings that exist inside the building. So they actually circulate outside air through their coils and then blow that colder air back outside. They're not real common in residential buildings, and they're also not terribly efficient. I think if you want to really minimize the exterior footprint of the heat pump, that a ductless heat pump, like David pictured a few slides ago, is a really good idea. These can be mounted on the wall, by the way, if ground space is the issue. They're very frequently mounted on outside walls. You have to worry a little bit about vibration noise being transmitted through the framing, but it is possible to.
So let me just talk about one different thing, Wade, which is, this is a little bit of a tangent, but you'll see why this happens. I have another heat pump unit in my house. It's called a heat pump hot water system. And that is a traditional cylindrical tank. It's about 4'6" tall, which is my 80-gallon water tank. And sitting on top for about 18 inches more, there's the heat pump that takes heat from the air of my basement, so cooling my basement down and dehumidifying it, by the way, which is a great benefit, and putting that heat into the hot water tank. That is a pretty small heat pump. The footprint is maybe 2 feet diameter, maybe 18 inches tall. So it's like a big hockey puck. Now, I don't think these are commercially available for the kind of application you're describing, Wade, but you can easily see how something like that could be adapted for a small room or something like that. You could even use the hot water as a hydronic heating system if you really wanted to. Now, I don't know if anyone who's actually done this. I'm making this up as I go along, but I think you can see how these smaller heat pumps could actually be very useful for a single room or a place that's way in the far away from the furnace or the main heat pump heat exchangers, so you can put heat into a single room. So I think you're onto something here, Wade. I think there's a real opportunity here, but unfortunately, I think put up with the need, and there really aren't any commercially available units other than those heat pump water tanks.
David, there was a couple of different attendees in the have conveyed to me via the questions box that they might want to look into the Minutair, MINOTAIR. It's an air source heat pump and HRV combo that might work for that application.
All right, I will look at that. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, go ahead and keep on going, and we'll get to all of these questions in due time.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Let's just carry on so make sure everyone gets through the whole presentation. Second component after heat pumps, insulation. The results for our installation saved about 7 tons of carbon dioxide, about 16%, about $3,000 a year. It cost me $1,000. I did the installation myself. It's paid for itself in about 3 months. That's over 100% return after tax, indexed for inflation, no investment manager fees. This is the best return on investment I've ever made. I've spent a career in business. I've never made as good a return on investment as this. I wish I could invest my 401k in insulation. This usually pays for itself in just the first winter. And to put this in context, you will do far more to save the planet from global warming by insulating the ceiling of your basement than by buying an electric vehicle. Now, no, electric vehicles are very, I don't know, they're very fashionable these days and very attractive, but they're not anywhere near as good an investment as insulating the ceiling of your basement. This saves us 7 tons of carbon dioxide per year. An EV, electric vehicle, will save about 2 tons a year. And the EV will cost you about $50,000, and insulating the ceiling of your basement will cost you about $1,000. The EV won't save you any money. insulating your basement well. So this is hands down a better way to save money, a better way to save the planet from global warming than buying an electric vehicle. You're probably all familiar with this. 3 different main types of insulation: blown in cellulose on the left, about R3 per inch. Insulation is measured in R values. More is better. Fiberglass about R3 per inch, the standard pink Owens Corning stuff in the middle, and spray foam on the right, which is a bit better at R5 per inch. Now let me show you what we did on our house. We have a flat roof, so you can see on the left there's 10 inches of fiberglass, and plus to put on top of it 2 2-inch. Isoboard is basically spray foam in a board, which makes it very easy to handle. You don't have to contract, you just screw it into the rod yourself. That made our roof R50, which is very good. However, our basement was about R2. So all the heat in our house is now leaking out to the basement. And so I installed 12 inches of fiberglass, about R38. It's very easy. I just push it up in between those rafters. You can see right there. It may not be the prettiest job we've ever seen, but it's very effective. Now, if you live in Massachusetts like we do, MassSave is a government program. It will pay, I'm not making this up, it will pay 75% of the cost of insulating your attic or your basement up to $2,000. So for a $500 investment out of your back pocket, you can buy $2,000 worth of insulation and save you $1,000 a year. Now, this picture is of peaches growing in my tree, my garden in the summertime. And you can see they're so heavy, they're weighing the branches down, almost the grass there. This is the lowest fruit in the zero carbon garden. Now, if you don't live in Massachusetts, go to Desire USA. You can get all the state incentives. Most states do have some kind of incentive for insulation. Massachusetts has the MassSave program. Many states have similar kinds of programs, but check that state by state. But I encourage you to really pick this low-hanging ripe fruit, pick it by the bushel load, because this will save you tons of money. So details all in chapter 1 in Zero Carbon Home, and I've got the desireusa.org website listed here. And I do not recommend you take off your siding, thicken the walls with insulation, and replace your siding. This is actually quite common in the deep energy retrofit community. If you go and see the blogs and the websites to see stories of people doing this, it does make energy sense, but it is far too expensive compared to insulating your roof and your basement. Now, we had a quote on our house to do this. It was, brace yourselves, it was $150,000 to take off the siding on our home, add a 2-inch ISO board, and put the siding back in. It is another technique like geothermal that makes energy sense but makes no financial sense. And like I said, I've got a Harvard MBA. I did not want to do things that were investments that made no financial sense. We spent $1,000 to insulate the ceiling of our basement. So let's just pause here, Mike, and take any questions there are on insulation.
Okay. Let me scroll down. I was actually catching up to some of the heat pump questions and getting them down and covered, but let's see. Give me just a second, David. Sajad had a question about, is there a huge difference in energy saving between double and triple glazing?
The answer is yes, and I've got a whole chapter on that. That's the next chapter. T in HITS, it's the triple section. I will get to that, but the short answer is yes. There's a big difference, both in terms of energy footprint and financially.
Okay, great. Yep, and I forgot about that section coming up. Sorry about that. Let me scroll down a little bit more to see if, okay. Robert had a comment about air sealing has an even better return than insulation. He feels that insulation shouldn't be added until air sealing is done. And then that is kind of not necessarily along the same lines, but Todd also had a question about air sealing. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I actually agree with you guys. If you've got drafts that are big enough you can feel it, you should seal it. If you can feel it, you should seal it. That's the way I think about drafts. And I did that on my home first. I didn't have a lot of drafts in my home. It was mostly just under the front door and the back door and things like that. My windows were in, well, they weren't in great shape, but I'd covered up most of the problems. The problem was actually so big we had to replace the windows entirely. You'll see in a minute But yes, I think air sealing, if you can feel it, you should seal it. So I definitely agree you should do that first. It costs you almost nothing. You go to Home Depot or Lowe's or a hardware store, and it costs you $1 a foot for weather stripping, and the stuff is extremely effective. That is the place to start. There wasn't much to do, so it had a minor effect on our overall program. So I don't mention it's one of the top 4 because it didn't have a big effect on our home. But yes, you're absolutely right. If you can feel it, you should seal it.
Oku had a question about if you ever got a quote for blown-in cellular wall cavities.
No, I have not. And that's true for both my house, our rental property, and clients of my zero carbon consulting business. I've never done blown-in cellulose in the walls. I know people who've done it, and people are very enthusiastic about this because it has a very low embodied carbon footprint, but I've never actually done it myself.
Okay. We actually had a question for Bruce, and I don't know, maybe this is just a misidentification of the 2 presenters, but Ken was asking, he missed how he installed the ISO foam under the flat roof. Could that be explained again?
Yeah, so it was on top, Ken. It wasn't underneath. So it was I've got 2x10 joists that make up the roof. The cavities between those 2x10 joists were filled with the 16-inch on-center Owens Corning pink fiberglass, and then on top of those boards was screwed down I'm sorry. Then there's a plywood. There's a layer of plywood over the top of the rafters. Then on top of that, ISO is screwed down into the rafters from above, and then on top of that is the rubber membrane that makes the house watertight.
Well, hey, speaking of water, we've got a couple of vapor barrier questions that I want to share with you, David. So it's kind of not necessarily a 2-part, but they're going to go together. So Jay's asking about if you considered installing an airtight membrane for vapor control when you insulated your roof or basement. And then Joe immediately asked a question along the same line, saying, are vapor barriers required for a new insulation? So can you talk a little about vapor barriers?
The second one first. That is very dependent on your local code. So I can't really give any general advice. In general, I think if I was building a new house or heavily renovating a house, I would definitely consider some level of vapor barrier and an air barrier as well, because that goes back to the point we were talking about earlier about the air tightness, and Robert about air sealing. So yes, you really do want to tighten up the airflow through your house, and that usually means some kind of membrane. However, we did not do that on our house, and we have a rubber roof, so that is kind of like a membrane up on the roof, but our walls don't have it. Our walls did not even have Tyvek. Our walls were built in 1974, and they're standard 2x4 construction. If you're lucky, there's some kind of paper underneath the siding, but sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. So we did not explicitly add any vapor barrier. Now, I do think they're good products, and they will help you overall reduce dampness in your house and reduce airflow in your house. But part of what I'm saying here is we were able to get to zero without having an airtight house. Our house, it certainly improved. Our triple-glazed windows are much better airtightness than our old double-glazed windows, which were falling apart. And our doors and things have been sealed, which I put in. But we have not got anywhere near to passive house levels of airtightness. And part of what I'm saying here is you don't need to. Do I think it's a good idea? Yeah, it probably is a good idea to reduce the airflow in your house. I totally accept that. If you can feel it, you should seal it. But you do not need to get to passive house levels of air tightness, extremely low air exchange rates, in order to get to a zero carbon footprint and zero bills. We did it without the air barriers, but I'm not saying they're a bad idea. I think in general they are good ideas.
Okay, I want to hit on one more question, kind of a double question, and then I think we might be able to move on to the next section. But again, we'll get to all the questions, and David, we're up to at least 60 now in the queue.
Okay.
But I'll go with Robert's question and follow it up with Ken's question. So Robert's question was, did you do a before and after blower door test? And Ken asked, hey, what about airflow testing? So can you talk a little about testing?
Yeah, sure. So so I did not. Is the short answer, and that's sort of like a kind of a rebellious approach to doing this, because the advice you can find out there is you need to start with blower door test, passive house standards of really reducing the air changes per hour to very, very low levels. You need this airtight, moisture tight enclosure, and I'm not saying that's wrong. I think that's a good thing to go for. What I am carbon and zero bills without doing that. And therefore, I want to take away one of the myths, which is that you need to have this envelope in order to get to a zero carbon footprint. You do not. We've done it without. In 1974, it's a pretty drafty design. It was not designed to be airtight or thermally tight. It's a pretty standard 1974 2x4 wooden wall construction with 4 inches of fiberglass and drywall on the inside, and we actually have redwood cedar siding on the outside. So, you know, it's a pretty standard construction. There's no sill plate ceiling. There's no top plate ceiling. There's no continuous air barrier around the living space. The ceiling of the basement is now insulated with fiberglass, but there's no airflow barrier. You can see just the fiberglass exposed in the basement there. So I really just want to put this out as a way of saying you don't need to have this obsession with air tightness that I believe Passive House has. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Definitely improve the building envelope if you can, but you don't use that as a way of saying, hey, I can't get to a zero carbon footprint, because you can, even if you don't have that kind of airtight envelope that people think you have to have. And we did not do blower door tests either before or after. So that was your quick question. No, we did not do blower door either before or after. I'm actually very curious. One day I probably will do this just to find out how many air changes per hour we have, just so I can say, hey, look, we have a zero carbon footprint and zero bills, and we have, I don't know what the number is, 1 air change per hour, whereas the Passive House standard is, I don't know what it is, I'm making it up, 0.1 air changes per hour. So I would like to do that, but I did not do it as part of this program.
All right, let's go ahead and carry on, and I'll keep the tabulation on all the questions that are coming in, and we'll get to them all.
Great, thanks. All right, let's keep going. So the third component is the triple glazed windows. So I'm going to start to address the question that arose just before about windows. So for triple glazed windows, this cut us our footprint about 2 tons, about 5%. Saved us about $1,000 a year. The net investment was about $5,000, so it pays for itself in about 5 years. That's a 19% after-tax return on investment. Now, what I mean here is the additional cost of buying triple glazed windows above and beyond the cost of buying double glazed windows. Now, the reason for that is because our windows were falling apart. I'll show you in a minute. There was 1-inch air gaps between the window and the frame, which I had covered up with duct tape. That's my early approach to air sealing. And if your windows are like ours were, falling apart, they're rotting or they're leaking, then it's better to replace them with triple glazed windows, which cost a few percent more, but not very much more than double glazed windows. And it will cost you exactly the same amount of money to install a triple glazed window as it does to install a glazed window. And since the cost of installing it is often as much as the cost of buying it, that half of that cost of the program of replacing your windows is exactly the same cost. Triple glazed costs exactly the same to install as double glazed. The windows themselves do cost a bit more to buy, but it's only a few percent, and it's well worth it. That additional cost for us was about $4,500, and it saved us the additional savings above the savings on double glazed windows was about $1,000 a year. So if you're going to replace your windows anyway, because they're rotting or falling apart like ours were, it's better to replace them in triple glazed than replace them in double glazed. If, however, your windows are in perfectly good shape and you don't want to replace them, then you're better off doing something called these fit from the inside windows, which I'll show you in just a minute. So let's start with just getting on the same page about what a triple glazed window is and what it isn't. A single pane of glass, a single sheet of glass is a single glazed window. This blocks the wind and it blocks the rain, but it really has no insulating value at all. Glass is not a very good insulator. A double glazed window has 2 panes of glass and it has a single 1-inch air gap or argon or krypton between the 2 panes of glass. It's the air that does the insulating, not the glass. A triple glazed window has 3 panes of glass with 2 half-inch air gaps. So it has double the insulation of a single glazed window. And a double glazed window plus a storm window is not a triple glazed window. A triple glazed window must be sealed so the air stays there. A storm window does protect the window from the sun and the rain, but does not allow, it's not seal the air, and the air can leak behind that storm window, and that loses all of its insulating value. You've probably heard of low E, which I will not even try to explain. It's not worth it. But what it does is it means the glass is now contributing to the insulation. It's not just the air that is contributing to the insulation. So single glazed R 0.75, double glazed R2, triple glazed over R3, triple glazed low E R4 to R6. You can almost double the insulating value of your window by adding low E coatings to the windows. So here's pictures of me modeling what triple glazed windows actually do. So me on the left wearing a t-shirt. That's like a single glazed window. It blocks the wind but does not allow any insulation. The second picture with the green sweater, it's like having a double glazed window. I've got 1 layer of air trapped against my body, keeping me warm. In the next picture with the blue sweater on, I've got 2 layers now. It's like a triple glazed window, 1 layer with the green sweater, 1 layer with the blue sweater, 2 layers of air trapping the warmth against my body. If I now wrap myself in one of those shiny foil emergency space blankets, that's like a low E coating because it's reflecting the infrared light or the heat back to my body, keeping me warm. So a low E triple glazed window is like me on the left. I've got I've got a t-shirt, 2 sweaters, and a shiny foil space blanket. Now, if you have single glazed windows, and we had some, it's a bit like going outside in the middle of winter in a t-shirt. That would be crazy. You would never do that. But having single glazed windows is the same thing. It's equally crazy. So how does a triple glazed window work? Well, here's a picture of one. The outside is on the left, the inside is on the right. The sun is coming from the outside, and the visible light goes straight through the window, keeping your house nice and light and bright. You can see everything on the inside. The ultraviolet light, though, which is the light from the sun, which causes sunburn, and has very high energy, and it will fade your carpets, and it will fade your photographs. You really want to keep that ultraviolet light out of the house, and if you have a coating like a low E 180 coating outside, it's like a selective mirror, and it reflects the ultraviolet light but not the visible light. So that keeps your house, keeps the heat out of your house and stops your carpets from fading. On the inside, imagine it's now wintertime, you're standing in the middle of your room, your body's at 98 degrees Fahrenheit, your room is at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, you are emitting heat. You're emitting infrared light, that is heat, and it's escaping out your windows, taking your heating and your dollars with it. Unless you have a low E I89 coating, which reflects the infrared light back. That means that the infrared light is no longer escaping with your heating, it's staying on the inside, keeping you much warmer in wintertime. So that's how a triple glazed window works. These are our old double glazed windows. On the left, you can see the windows, the seal is broken, it's misted up on the inside, you can't clean that stuff off. And you can't even see the garden out of that window. It's so bad. On the right, you can see where I had sealed the windows with duct tape because there's a 1-inch gap between that moving panel and the frame. So this is why we had to replace our windows and why I looked at the decision to replace them with triple glazed rather than double glazed, because we had to replace them anyway. These are our new triple glazed windows. I hope you agree with me. They look much better than the old ones. And let's just remember, these are our homes we're talking about. It's not just about the energy bills and the carbon footprint. We care how they look, we care how they feel, we care how they live. And here you can see our wood-framed triple glazed windows. Of course, wood conduct less heat than metal. and triple glazing conducts far less heat than the old double glazed windows, and the low E coatings improve that even more, and we can now see our garden. Now, if the windows are in perfectly good shape, it makes no financial sense whatsoever to take them out and replace them with triple glazed windows. If they're rotting or falling apart, replace them with triple glazed rather than double glazed. But this is now at our rental properties upstairs, where there were original single glazed windows, and these divided light windows are very common in Massachusetts and throughout New England. When these are single glazed, they are very, very energy inefficient. So rather than take them out and replace them with triple glazed, which would have been probably $5,000 per window by the time you count the installation cost, instead I tried something else, which is these fit from the inside window inserts. I tried 4 different manufacturers. One is Alpina, one is Indo, one is window inserts, and one is inner glass. And on the next slide, I'll show you, this is how I evaluated them. I used an infrared camera. Infrared light is heat, and infrared cameras can measure the heat and the temperature coming from different surfaces. In these pictures, purple is cold and yellow is warm. And on the left, you can see the control, which means the window that did not have the window insert, which I used as a control for this experiment. You can see the window's surface temperature is about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. The Alpina one is about 56, Indo 54, window inserts 51, and then on the far right, you can see the inner glass one. Inner glass is not surprisingly made of glass, and I bought the low E glass, whereas the other 3 are not available with low E because they're plastic. Alpina, Indo, and window inserts are all either polycarbonate or acrylic plastic, which is very clear, but it's not as rigid as glass. So the single pane window is about 40 degrees, I mentioned. If you were sitting in front of that, you'd be freezing cold. Your feet would feel like they're in an ice bucket. If you're sitting in front of the 50, 55 degree windows, you're going to be cold, but maybe your exposed skin will be okay, but your feet will probably be pretty cold. If you're sitting next to a 63 degree Fahrenheit window, you're going to be okay. If the room's at 70 degrees and the window's at 63, you won't have cold feet sitting next to this window, and your exposed skin will be fine. All these windows greatly block the drafts. They almost eliminate them, and they all reduce substantially. So draft proofing is something you want. These are great, and reducing the noise comes as a sort of a free benefit. And these things work even on things like stained glass windows in houses of worship, and historical properties where it'd be impossible to actually replace the windows anyway. These are great for those circumstances. So being that sort of energy geek and the financial nerd, I decided to run this through the energy model and the financial model. And because I knew the R value, which I'd calculated from those temperature measurements, I know from my energy model how much 1 unit of R value saves per year. It's about $21 for these 10 square foot windows. So I know the savings per year. I know what the price is. Now, I only bought 1 each of these windows. And so I paid a lot for the delivery compared to the cost of the window. So I did the calculations without the delivery price, because if you ordered 10 windows, the delivery price wouldn't change that much, and per unit would drop to almost nothing. So I think the better way to look at payback in years on the insert price without delivery, it's about 5 years, other than for Indo, which is not particularly good value for money because it's fairly expensive, and the R value is fairly low. But the other ones are, they pay for themselves in about 4 or 5 years. Within them, the Alpina and the window inserts are both plastic panels, whereas the inner glass one is low E glass. And my preference among these is the inner glass one. It has the highest R value. It's very reasonably priced. I think it looks better because it's glass rather than plastic. And should you have to break the window in an emergency, you can easily break the glass. Whereas the polycarbonate plastic is the same plastic used in riot shields of the police. So it's extremely difficult to break. The thick rubber gasket around the inner glass one, it has spring-loaded edges, which makes it a bit tricky to get in place, but it's worth it because it looks much better once you get it there. So to go into all the details, it's in chapter 4 in Zero Carbon Home, which you'll all get at the end of this talk. There are different types of low E glass you should use in different locations, particularly south-facing windows are different to north-facing windows. There are zero interest loans available in Massachusetts, or you can visit desireusa.org for every other state. And I do not recommend the stretchy film stuff you can buy at any hardware store and stick on with double-sided sticky tape and stretch out with a hair dryer. The stuff does work. I mean, I've used this myself. It does work. It eliminates the draft, and it cuts down on the heat being lost. It insulates very well, but the stuff takes the paint off the windows when you remove it, and that's actually the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is what happened with me, where you don't even remove the paint. What happens is the glue remains on the window even as the tape is pulled away. This is a yellow sticky strip on my windows now, which I can't get off. And I'm now getting a nice collection of ants and flies and mosquitoes and things that crawl across the sticky stuff and get stuck. So let's just pause here and collect some questions on triple glazed windows.
Okay. So I have to apologize, David. I may have missed this when you were talking, trying to organize all the questions that are coming in, but Sayad had a question about what kind of gas did you use among the panes of glass, and why? And so let's start with that one.
Yeah, okay, good. So there's three types of gas you can get. You can get regular air. And when I say regular air, it's air, but it's dried out, so you can't get condensation on the inside. But it's just dry air. Air is a very good insulator. However, there are two other choices. There's argon gas and krypton gas. I know these things sound very exciting, but they're actually, argon and krypton are about the two most boring elements in the universe because they react with nothing. They're inert gases. Argon is more insulating than air. So you get a small increase in the R value of your window by having it filled with argon. And we did use the argon windows. That you pay a bit extra for it. I did not do the financial calculations on how much extra do I save versus how much extra do I spend. I just spent the money for the argon. However, the krypton, which is even denser than argon gas and hence even better insulating, is quite a bit more expensive. It has a very small incremental value increase in the R value. So I just based off sort of gut feel, I didn't go for the krypton windows. But I did not actually do the calculations for the argon windows over the air windows, but I did buy argon windows.
Okay. We had another question about from Stuart. If one buys a low E window, will the coatings always be different, or do they have like a special name, and do they have to be put on the walls in all directions?
Yeah, it's a very, very insightful question. So I wish that the window manufacturers would be a little clearer about what types of low E coatings they offer. The marketing for these, I think, is very, very poor. They tend to emphasize the technical specifications of the coating, and they don't tell you basic things like, this is the best window for a north-facing window, or this is the best glass for a north-facing window, this is the best glass for a south-facing window with shade in the summertime. Well, this is the best for a window with sun in the summertime. And the answers to those are different. Now, I have answered those questions, and they're all in the book. So I would suggest you go there. And I actually forget what exactly is your question. I know it was in this area, but it was specifically about low E. What was it specifically about low E?
Let me see if I still got it up here. Well, I don't think I have it up anymore, but it was, well, I don't remember it now, David. I'm sorry. I apologize.
If I didn't answer your question, come back at the end and ask it again, or put it back in the chat box.
Yes, but I do have a question about materials. Oku wanted to know if you have any recommendations as to the materials, like wood or vinyl, steel, aluminum, fiberglass, as far as the windows go.
Yes, so this is a longer conversation, Oku. Some of this is in the book, but let me just give you sort of my view on the overview. I like wood in windows just because it looks good, and wood is actually a pretty good insulator, so you sort of benefit twice there as opposed to metal. All metals are very good conductors of heat and will conduct the heat out of your house. As our old aluminium frame windows did. In fact, they were so good at conducting the heat out of the house that we had frost on our windows in the wintertime. Not just condensation, we had frost, ice on our windows in the wintertime because they were metal. So I definitely think wood is a better option. However, wood is expensive for windows and wood rots. So I would recommend always getting it clad in aluminium on the outside. This will cost a bit more, but it means you'll never have to paint your windows again. And painting windows is expensive if you hire someone, or it's a pain to do it yourself, and it's very time consuming. So it's in my opinion, it's much better value for money to get an aluminium clad, exterior clad window and then have the wood on the inside. Now, if you're on a budget here, you don't want to be spending your budget on expensive woods like the vertical grain Douglas fir, which we used in those windows I showed you in my living room, or oak or mahogany, something like that. That's double or triple the price of your window. In fact, the biggest contributor to the price of a window is not whether it's double glazed or single glazed, but whether it's oak or another type of hardwood compared to pine. So the better solution, in my opinion, and we did this on our rental property, is you bought fairly inexpensive pine framed, aluminium clad on the outside, triple glazed windows, and we stained them to match the oak. The original windows there have oak frames and so oak trim around the outside. We replaced the windows with these pine framed, aluminium clad, triple glazed windows, and we just stained them to match the oak, and they look terrific. And that saved us probably $1,000 a window. I mean, the cost of the wood is by far the biggest component to buying high performance windows. So that's my suggestion on which way to go. I've never bought vinyl windows. I don't recommend steel windows. They will just leak the heat out of the house. I think vinyl windows probably can be quite effective. I do think vinyl, like all plastics, does decompose in the sun. There's really nothing you can do about that, and that's why I do like aluminium cladding on the outside. I think that's a much better long-term solution than vinyl. But I understand, not everyone can afford to those kind of fancy windows, and in which case I think the vinyl frame windows in triple glazed are very good options.
We have a couple questions that are kind of similar in nature, so I'll ask them time because I think you'll be able to address them both. So Nancy's got a question about European tilt/turn style windows. She wants to know if they're a worthwhile investment, while Steve is asking if the payback that you're talking about would be similar if you were using interior window inserts, double pane, double hung windows. So can you speak to a little bit about some of alternative window setups and how that might compare to yours and the ROI?
Yes, let me take those bits in pieces. So Nancy's question about the sort of European style tilt windows, I've never installed those. The windows we installed, the triple glazed windows at our own home, and some of the ones at our rental property are casement windows, so they open like a door. They hinge on the left or right hand side, and the window opens. That is a more European style of window compared to the single hung or double hung windows that are more common here. So everything I'm talking about in terms of investment return is actually either for those sliding glass patio doors, which you saw in the pictures, or it's for casement windows. We have no single hung or double hung windows in our house. Our house is kind of a modernist design, so those double hung windows wouldn't be right stylistically. Also, single hung and double hung are very difficult to seal from a draft point of view. So you can do it if you need to do it from a historical building point of view or something. But my recommendation, if it goes with your house and you like the look, is to go for the casement style windows, because I know they work very well. They seal very well. I've not had experience with the tilt type windows. I know what you mean. They're sort of like casement, but they hinge at the bottom rather than at the side. So I'm guessing they would seal very well when they seal closed. You probably clamp them closed. So I think they would be better from an air sealing point of view than double hung or single hung windows. But I've never actually used them myself, Nancy. I'm sorry. Then there was Steve's question about the payback on the interior window inserts with double pane, double hung windows. Yeah. Yeah. So Steve, on those windows I showed you, some of those are they're all single glazed windows. Some of them are casement windows, and some of them are I think they're single hung, not double hung windows. So I've had an experience with both types there, and those are the R values I calculated for the window insert. I did not calculate the R values, but I did. But I just didn't display it for the windows as they were. So, but just based off what I recollect, the R value of the underlying window, the underlying single glazed, double hung, or single hung, compared to the casement window, it was no different. The single glaze at the end of the day, and that's what contributes to the insulation value. So I don't think there'd be any difference to payback if you're putting these window inserts onto single hung or double hung compared to the casement style windows.
Okay, and then Ray just kind of wanted to file just a comment that the seal that is used in double and triple glazed typically has a desiccant to help remove moisture. We were talking about moisture earlier too. So.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's right, and it is necessary. You really want that air to be dry between the panes because otherwise you'll get condensation.
And furthermore, Ray wanted to just share that there are also composite window materials that can also be painted or come in pre-painted colors as well. I did want to pass along one more question, and then we can get on to the S in your acronym. It comes from Peter. He wanted to know, does it make sense to add the inner glass if I have new double glazed windows?
So the short answer is probably. A new double glazed window, you're probably talking about R2.5, maybe R3 if it's got some low E coatings on it. When I added the inner glass, I added R1.9. So you'd be taking your windows from R3 to almost R5. Well, that's a big improvement. That's like going from a low E double glazed to a low E triple glazed window. Costs about $200 for a 10 square foot window, you know, a 2.5 foot by 4 foot window. So I think you find that would be very value for money. And in my opinion, the inner glass windows actually look good as well because they are glass, and they're pretty easy to fit. So I would suggest, Peter, you just call Inner Glass, find them on the web, and just try one and see. Because you can't really go wrong, and just try one and see how it looks, how it feels, what you like about it, and then go from there.
Okay, let's go ahead and get to that S acronym, and we will get to the litany of questions that we're getting after that.
Okay, great. So let's carry on. So heat pumps, insulation, triple glazed windows, solar panels. That's the hits, the Fab Four, the Beatles. Okay, so for solar panels, this was the second biggest contributor to our carbon footprint reduction, about 14 tons, almost a third, 32% cut in carbon footprint, saved over $5,000 a year. We have a lot of solar panels. I'll explain this in a minute. We have both on our house and our garage. The net investment of $42,000 after the federal and state subsidies, which are generous in Massachusetts. It takes about 7 years to pay for itself. And the return on investment, or IRR, is about 13% again after tax, so equivalent to a 20-odd% pre-tax return depending on your tax rate, which I think is a very good return on investment, certainly much better than anything I can get in the stock market. I've looked at solar in the past and said, I'm not doing that because it takes 6, 7, 8 years to pay for it. Moving in 2, 3, 4 years, it doesn't make any sense. Well, the Department of Energy estimates your house value would increase by $20 for every dollar in savings on your utility bills. This is a very rigorous academic study of Census Bureau data on 49,000 homes across the US, and they did a very sophisticated, statistically rigorous analysis. And no matter which way they cut it, it was always the same answer. It's a $20 increase in house price for a $1 decrease in the energy bills. So for solar panels, this is a very straightforward calculation. You know what you're spending on electricity, you know what you're going to produce from your solar panels. It's a very straightforward calculation. And that is an increase in your house price, which of course you can realize as a return on your investment the next year. I mean, the next day. You don't have to wait the payback period to get your return on investment. Now this increase, 111,000 for our house, that's more than double our net investment in solar panels, and it's more than we invested in all of the Fab Four combined, which is about 75,000. So this house price increase, which is very real, would pay for it all, and therefore you do not have to say anymore, I can't do this because I'm planning on moving in just a few years. This, I think, is one of the huge breakthroughs. You not only get paid to cut your carbon footprint on the savings on the energy bills, but it increases your house price too. So very quickly, how solar panels work. Light comes from the sun on the left-hand side, hits the solar panel. Some very fancy quantum mechanics happens, which is completely irrelevant. Out the other side pours electricity. The electricity comes out as DC, or direct current electricity, which is the same electricity used in a battery and in your car, but it's completely different to AC power, which is what powers everything in your house. So an inverter converts the DC to the AC, and then it's fed into your meter. And when you install solar panels, your utility company will come and replace your old meter, which was a one-way meter that read the power coming from the house, and will replace it with a net meter, which goes both ways. So it will report the you've used from the grid net of, or after subtracting, the AC power you produced from your solar panels. And then the power is fed to your house to power your appliances and your lights and things like that. So this is what our solar power looks like over the course of a year. And despite the very clear day-to-day variation in solar power generation based off how sunny it is, of course, I don't even show you the day-to-night variation where there's no generation at night and there's lots of generation during the day. You can see the seasonal variation from wintertime to summertime. Despite all of that, you will never be without power, you'll never be without lights because of that net meter connection. You are still connected to the grid, and whenever your solar panels are not producing electricity, then you'll be drawing power from the grid. When your solar panels are producing more electricity than you can use, you're exporting power to the grid. So despite this day-to-day, day-to-night, seasonal variation in sunlight, you will always have electricity. That's because of net metering. So you'll always have the light, the heat, and that really important stuff like Netflix and Wi-Fi and a place to charge your smartphone. And net metering is the law in just about every place in the United States. So here is our net meter. This was replaced. This meter replaced our old one-way meter that our panels were switched on. So you could be forgiven for thinking that we've generated 99,990 hours of electricity, but we have not. There's a net meter. Remember, it goes up when we use electricity from the grid, and it goes down when we export electricity to the grid. So we're actually a mini power station on the grid, which I think is pretty cool. This meter was installed at 0,0000, and like a car's odometer, net meters do not show negative numbers, they spin backwards. So this is the first kilowatt hour we produced as that power station on the grid. So this 99,999 is actually -1. It's the first power we exported to the grid. So financially, this is our first array. This is December 2016. The gross cost was $76,000. The federal tax credit back then was 30%. It's now 26%. The mass tax credit was $1,000. And then Massachusetts has a special solar panel subsidy scheme called SREC, or it had, past tense. There's now a new scheme, which I'll describe in just a minute. Most states have some kind of subsidy like this. The most generous ones are on the east and the west coasts. But most states have some kind of subsidy for solar panels. That was about $29,000 is the present value of that SREC income. That gave me a net cost of $23,000. So you can see the net cost is about 1/3 of the gross cost. This leaves me with a cost per kilowatt hour of electricity generated over the 25-year life of the panels, which is guaranteed by the panel manufacturers, at about 7 cents per kilowatt hour. ES is Eversource, that's our local utility company, currently selling us power at 24 cents per kilowatt hour. So this is a huge reduction in my electricity cost. Now, Eversource is one of the most expensive utilities in the United States, only beaten by utilities in Hawaii. And most of the US is lower than this. It's in the mid-teens for cents per kilowatt hour. But even so, from say 12, 13, 14, 15 cents per kilowatt hour, 7 cents is incredibly cheap, a big cut in your electric bill. The net present value, or the total profit I make on this investment, is about $23,000, a lot of money. It makes a return on investment of about 12%, again, after tax, and breaks even or pays for itself in about 8 years. Now, in addition to that, the Department of Energy estimate is our house price has increased by $71,000, or about 3 times the net cost of the solar panels. Now, remember, this is December 2016. In March 2017, we installed the second solar panel array, 17.6 kilowatts, which is actually bigger than the first array. It cost me less money, $56,000 up front versus $76,000. The federal tax credit was 30%, mass tax credit $1,000, present value of mass SREC income $24,000, the net cost $14,000. So just compare that net cost $14,000 to $23,000. So in 18 months, the cost of me installing a new, actually a bigger solar panel array is almost half. I mean, not quite, but maybe it's 60% of the cost of the first solar panel array. This produces power. This is in a slightly shadier location. This produces power about 5 cents per kilowatt hour compared to 7 cents for the first array. Again, Eversource is at 24. Average in the US is in the mid-teens. The cheapest power I've ever come across in the United States is actually at Bruce Sullivan's home, where he pays 5 cents per kilowatt hour because he has a municipal power and light company, which often have very good deals and produce power very cheaply. So at the cheapest power in the United States, at Bruce's home, about break even, which makes it pointless. But everywhere else, other than Bruce's home, you're going to make save money on your electric bills by installing solar panels. The net present value, or the profit for me, was almost $30,000, about 14% return on investment, and 7 years to break even. Now, the Massachusetts subsidy scheme has been replaced. It's no longer SREC, it's now called SMART. Because I have this consulting business now, I recently reviewed bidding under the SMART program for one of my clients. This was in the 4 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour range. This is unbelievably cheap electricity. Even Bruce might be happy with this. So what was good value in 2016 is even better value in 2020. This is despite increasing tariffs and declining subsidies. And the reason for that is because solar panels have got better and cheaper in the intervening years. So this is how to do proper financial evaluation of solar panels. This is the Harvard MBA and me speaking. You don't need to do this. The details for how to do this, if you want to do it, is in the book. But you can just go to the Energy Sage website run by the DOE, and it will compare the bids for you. So analysis on the same basis. It saves you the headache of comparing bids on spreadsheets. I highly recommend using the DOE website. But if you do need to do this, perhaps because your bidder is not on DOE, not on Energy Sage, then the right way to do this is illustrated in the book. Here's our first solar panel array, 46 panels on our roof. For the details on the technical and financial evaluations, all in the book. The lease loan cash purchase options, all in the book. The subsidies, either in Mass or desireusa.org. And I do not recommend the solar hot water panels. This is another one of those makes energy sense, does not make financial sense things, just like geothermal and taking up your siding and thickening it. They make energy sense, but they do not make financial sense. So let's just pause here. Mike, and if you could just pass on any questions there are about solar panels.
Oh, many questions. Let's deal with the topic of battery storage.
Yep.
There have been a couple questions that come in about that. So just if you can share your thoughts on storage, and I'll kind of look through the questions, and it probably crosses off a couple of them for sure.
Okay, so separate battery storage into two totally separate areas. The first one is something called time of day metering, and the second one I'll just call backup diesel generator, because time of day metering means you have a time of the day, usually night, when your electricity is cheaper, and a time of the day, usually middle of the afternoon, when your electricity is more expensive. And so having a battery means you can store power, store energy at night at a cheaper rate and sell it back to the grid at higher prices in the future. We do not have time of day metering in Massachusetts, so I'm not very familiar with it. But clearly, if there's a big enough difference between those two prices, you can make money it's basically an arbitrage by buying it cheap and selling it expensive. But I don't really have any experience I can help you with on that. The second use of a battery is a backup diesel generator, except it's not diesel. So if you have a backup generator today, as we do, ours is powered by propane, because in Massachusetts, we just get power outages all the time because storms bring down tree lines. So most people around us, we live in a fairly rural area. It's a suburb of Boston, but it's kind of fairly leafy. So almost everyone else has a backup generator because power outages is just so common. And I do think a battery backup system is a very good alternative to a diesel or propane power generator. So I have a propane generator that they're not that expensive. They're maybe like $2,000 to buy a generator. You want it to be there when you need it. You've got to have it serviced a year, and it costs me about $500 a year to get my generator serviced to make sure it's actually there when I need it. Well, if you count, let's say $3,000 up front for the generator plus $500 a year for 10 years, that's $5,000. That's $8,000 I'm spending on the backup generator. Well, $8,000 will buy you a Tesla Powerwall. They're about $7,000 and plus a couple of thousand to install it. And a Tesla Powerwall has no moving parts, does not need to be serviced, and I'm not aware of any experiences of failures of these batteries in the field. So a battery backup is becoming a cost-effective option compared to a diesel or propane-powered generator. Now, if you're in Massachusetts, the new smart subsidy scheme, which replaced the SREC subsidy scheme, actually has an additional subsidy built in for having a battery. So in Massachusetts, you can now get a battery subsidized by the state, and that brings the cost down to about the same or even below that of a diesel generator.
Right, David. I think that's true in a lot of places now where some of the utility incentives are starting to cover batteries. And there is, I think, a third condition that does make the battery, the solar plus battery system, quite a good deal. And I think you alluded to it originally, and that is that you are on time of use rates, or depending on the utility's interconnection requirements, it may really cut into the economic value of the solar panels. For example, if you're on a net metering system like you are, and I am here in Oregon, then we essentially get full retail value for every kilowatt hour that we generate in excess of what we use at any given moment. But there are different utility connection requirements around the country, and some of them are not nearly as generous as that. And so this is a good reason to check with your utility right off the bat to find out what their offering is in terms of interconnection, because that will essentially help guide you to the system that makes the greatest advantage of those connection requirements.
Yeah, so I totally agree with Bruce on that. This is something that is definitely affected by the net metering rules, which are highly specific, even utility company by utility company in your area. And for instance, in Massachusetts, you get automatic full net metering at 100% value up to a 10 kilowatt system. But if you go over 10 kilowatts, you only get 60% of the value of the exported power above the 10 kilowatts. So this dramatically reduces the utility of doing time of day or time of use tariffs, which don't even exist in Massachusetts. It's kind of a theoretical question, but it does point out that you really need to do your homework before thinking that a battery storage system for use on a time of use tariff is going to make you money.
So a couple things that you hit on in your answer that people have also been asking about. So let's start with this. John wanted to know if you can describe the Massachusetts Solar Loan Program.
Yes, it's very easy actually. The Solar Loan Program is for up to $35,000, although there are circumstances in which you can get up to $60,000 for up to 10 years, and it's a low interest rate loan. So the way this works is you actually go to a local bank and you borrow the money from them, but the government, the state government, buys down the interest cost. So instead of it being, I'm making up the numbers, but instead of it being, say, 5% or 6% loan to you, it's 3%. and the subsidy, the buy down of the interest rate gets more generous for lower income customers. So it's a very good value for money solar loan, and usually, almost universally, is a better option financially than getting a power purchase agreement or a solar lease for your solar panels. The implied interest rate on those solar leases is typically 10 to 12% per year. So you're paying an awful lot of money to the solar leasing company. In fact, in many ways, these solar leasing companies are more in the leasing business. And so these solar loans, the Massachusetts solar loan, is extremely good value for money and much better value for money than those solar lease obligations or power purchase agreements. That's in Massachusetts. For everywhere else, you have to go to desireusa.org and see what it is in your state.
Also had a question from Imani wanting to know, is off-grid net metering feasible? That this person would rather use power from the battery at night when we use less than use the grid. So they'd rather use the battery at night than use the grid. But is off-grid net metering feasible?
Yeah, this is the Zero Carbon 101 class. I think you're in the 301 class. So being both off-grid and net metering is kind of a contradiction. You can't be both at the same. But I get where you're going. If you want to be off-grid, you cannot use net metering because net metering requires a connection to the grid with that net meter that passes the power backwards and forwards. Nevertheless, I sort of get what you're getting at. Can you use your battery to power your house overnight? So can you essentially detach from the grid at night? And I think the answer is yes, but it's manual. I mean, you can probably pay an electrician to get some kind of timer to throw the switch and disconnect you from the grid. I've never seen it done. I'm sure it can be done. But I sort of have to ask the question, if you've got in Massachusetts less than 10 kW system, why do you even care? Because you're going to get full net metering credit, plus you're going to get the state subsidy, the SREC subsidy or the smart subsidy. So why do you even want to be off grid at night? I don't think it makes economic sense. Although if you're in a different state, in a different location, it may make economic sense. But certainly in Massachusetts, it would not make economic sense to flick the switch and have your battery power your home at night, because you'd just be losing out on the SRECs and losing out on the net metering credits.
I think this is another application where your location makes a lot of difference, and the utility situation makes a lot of difference too. So there is a situation that many people are starting to look at, and it's kind of what, for lack of a better term, let's call it grid solar systems. And I think that most of you understand that the cost of producing power, bringing power to your home, varies with every hour of the day. And so there's a peak demand in the late afternoon and early evening, and that the demand at nighttime is much lower than that. So what some utilities are doing, and obviously the value of solar to a utility depends on the time of day that it is delivered. That's why time of use rates were developed, because the power that they have to provide at the peak time of day is much more expensive than it is later in the day. So using a solar array and a battery allows you to essentially ride the duck curve, to ride this daily cost curve, and benefit not only yourself but also the utility. And it works something like this. If you have a fairly small solar array and a battery system, you could charge that battery throughout the day and then use the battery during that peak period of time to cover the most expensive power of the day. But then you could use the grid power to recharge the battery, or the following day you can use your your solar panels to then recharge the battery too. This is happening now in Arizona and Florida and some other high solar states, where utilities are actually giving customers a special price if they can guarantee that they will not use power during the peak period of the day. And this is a very exciting thing, because it's not truly zero energy, but it kind of optimizes the building for a utility interaction and helps kind of spread the load of energy use across many different customers. So this grid optimized approach is actually kind of interesting, and it does reduce the size of the solar system that each house would need, but it also brings the cost of energy way down. So it's a cool idea.
Yeah, Bruce, there's actually a similar scheme. It achieves a similar end, but does exactly the opposite of what you just said in Massachusetts, where the utility company will pay you a cash amount, like $1,000 a year, to have access to your battery during those afternoons when the electricity peak comes. So it's almost the opposite of what you just described, but it has the same purpose of reducing the load on the grid during peak periods.
Right. Sometimes that's referred to as a virtual power plant.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It exists in Massachusetts now. There's a subsidy for it. You will get paid. It's about $1,000 a year for committing your battery to the utilities program, and they can essentially commandeer your battery on sunny afternoons on afternoons when the electricity demand peaks, and they will deplete your battery rather than switch on a power station. Okay,
so one of the
move on to more.
Go ahead.
No, keep going, Bruce. I was sorry about that.
Oh no, I was just this is getting a little bit off the topic, but I think it's interesting that they're going to be using your battery, and of course, lithium-ion batteries have a limited number of cycles of charging and discharging, so they're essentially consuming battery cycles, and I suppose that's why they're giving you $1,000 a year. Are they also paying for the electricity they take?
I'm not sure of all the details. I mean, you're asking the right questions because and I have not done this, and partly because I've got all these questions. This is a very new program, and I haven't really been able to get straight answers on this yet. I think it's just too new. They're still working out the details, but you can see where this is going, both what Bruce said and what I've said, and things like vehicle-to-grid technology, which Tesla is pursuing to try to have Tesla batteries, which are 95 kilowatt hours, compared to a Tesla Power, which is 14 kilowatt hours. That's an enormous amount of battery power that's out there that could be used to manage these peak periods in grid demand. But I think this is more like Solar 201. We're still in Solar 101 here.
Unfortunately, where Amani lives, incentives don't the incentives don't exist. But there was a clarifying question that Amani asked, and that was, did you say that if you have solar panels, you must be on the grid?
No, I didn't say that. I think it is possible to be off grid with solar panels. Most people who have solar panels still have that net metering connection. So it's certainly possible to do it, but I don't think it's really commonplace these days. Most people just want to have their home, wherever their home is. They just want to reduce their carbon footprint, reduce their dependence on utility bills, cut their bills, and that's really best accomplished with a net meter and solar panels, not with trying to go off grid.
I wanted to convey one more piece.
It's almost impossible. I think it's almost impossible to be off grid and net zero at the same time, especially if you're going to use solar, because over the course, at least in the in the higher latitudes where a lot of people live, you would have to have such a huge solar rate in order to provide your wintertime energy.
Yes.
And all that array is essentially underutilized in the summertime. So what most people living off grid have done for many, many years is that they have some kind of a generator, a fossil fuel powered generator that would kind of kick in for those times when they can't generate enough electricity with their solar panels. And it really complicates the idea of bringing your house to the point where you are truly zero energy or zero fossil fuel.
I wanted to share one piece of information from Ray, who is an appraiser. And the information is simply a website, which I've been aware of for some time, probably both of you are as well, www.pvvalue.com. fabfour.com is used to calculate the contributory value of a solar array to a property. Ray is saying that appraisers often use this as the financial model for a solar value contribution to a home. Do either of you have experience referencing or using or even looking at that website?
I have not, but I'm well aware of it. I think you're absolutely right that solar panels in particular are starting to become accepted as part of the value in a property. It's not just the number of bedrooms anymore, or the number of square feet of the house, or the square feet of the lot. Having solar panels and reducing the energy bills is now widely recognized by appraisers as being part of the valuation for a house.
I'm going to look up and make sure I've got the URL right, and once I do, I will share it in the chat box.
Great.
Go ahead and carry on there, David.
All right, so let's just keep moving. So now we've covered all of the Fab Four: the heat pumps, the insulation, the triple glazed windows, and the solar panels. Now the trick to going zero carbon, zero bills is to put it all together. And in the album Yellow Submarine by the real Fab Four, the Beatles, I guess it still shows I'm a Brit, they sang this song all together now, and that's what you really need to do to go zero carbon, zero bills. So let's just look at the heating cost for different heat fuels. So natural gas has historically been the cheapest at about 5 cents per kilowatt hour of heat in your house. Heating oil is a bit more expensive. That's what we use. Propane, more expensive still. Electric utility is very expensive, and nobody really heats with electric utility heat these days. If you use rooftop solar panels like mine, it's about 7 cents, maybe a bit less, maybe 4 or 5 cents per kilowatt hour of heat. So if you did rooftop solar electricity today and you put it straight into a electric resistance heater like a baseboard heater or a heater, you would not save money. In fact, it would cost you more money than heating with natural gas. But if you use that solar panels, those solar panels to generate cheap electricity, and you use that to power a heat pump with its 4 times efficiency or 400% efficiency, you'd be heating at less than half the cost of natural gas, less than 2 cents per kilowatt hour. This is how we heat our house. We use solar panels to run our heat pumps. This is the cheapest way to heat your house, and it's cheap by a long way. It's 50%, a 50% reduction in your heating bill by heating your house with solar panels powering heat pumps. Now let's look at the carbon footprint. So natural gas, heating oil, all fossil fuels all have about the same carbon footprint, about ½ pound per kilowatt hour of heat in your house. Utility electricity, very high carbon footprint because power stations are actually very inefficient. They only generate 35% of the energy in the coal or the oil ends up as electricity. Solar panels have a 0 carbon footprint. So if you're using solar power to run a heat pump, it's not only the cheapest way to heat your house, it's cheap and it has a 0 carbon footprint. This is the beginning of the new era I was talking about. This is the inflection point. This is the point of no return. Fossil fuels are now just too expensive to compete with solar and heat pumps for heating your house or any other building. Not just houses, factories, offices, houses of worship, sports clubs, doesn't matter. Now, let me take a little aside, but it's worth it. Gasoline is also too expensive to compete with solar panels and electric vehicles. I bought a Tesla earlier this year. I can drive my Tesla when it's powered by my solar panels at 2 cents per mile. My BMW that it replaced was 10 cents per mile. $3 a gallon for gasoline, 30 miles per gallon, 10 cents per mile for the BMW, 2 cents per mile. It's an 80% reduction in the cost of transport, 50% reduction in the cost of heat using solar panels and heat pumps, 80% reduction in the cost of transport using solar panels and electric vehicle. This is why this is the new era. That's why this is the beginning of the end of fossil fuel power. So the key to going zero is to cut your house's energy use so much you can generate it all from solar panels on your roof. You cut it with insulation, like the stuff you saw, the ISO boards on our roofs, the fiberglass in the basement. You cut it with insulation. you cut it with triple glazed windows, you cut it with heat pumps, and you generate it with solar panels. This is what gives you a zero carbon footprint and zero bills. Zero carbon, zero bills. Welcome to the future, everyone. It's a zero carbon future. So let me just summarize where we've been. These charts are in the book. You're all going to get it for free, so I'm not going to go through every detail. Let's just do the summary. The total money saved on our program was over $12,000 a year. That was the $11,500 of heating bills and electric bills, plus the little extra we get because we export more power than we use. Total carbon footprint was 43 tons per year. And financially, we invested about $75,000 after subsidies and tax credits. It will pay for itself in about 6 years, and the return on investment is about 15%. That's after tax, so equivalent to 25% on a taxable investment like in the stock market or bond market. These tables are in the book, so you can cut your carbon footprint to zero, helping to reduce global warming. You can save money for college or retirement or vacation, doesn't matter what. And we've been earning a far better return on investment than in the stock market or the bond market. Zero carbon, zero bills. The zero carbon future is here, but only if you actually do it. And the clock is ticking. So please start today. So next steps. If you're convinced that installing the Fab Four will dramatically cut your home's carbon footprint, I hope I've been convincing about that. But if there's something you've got a question about, ask it now, or email me and ask me the question later. You'll save lots of money. So please go ahead and do it. And please share your story with me, because I want to build examples of leadership by example, people who've actually done it, who've cut their carbon footprint, who save money, so that people look at my example and say, David, your house isn't like mine. I want to see someone who's done this on a house like mine. That's why I want to collect these stories and share them with everyone else. If you're intrigued and you think this is, hey, this is really cool, I need to investigate more, then please read the chapters in the book relevant to you. You can get that for free. Go to my website, www.greenzerocarbonhome.com. Now, Mike, if it's possible to put that in the chat, put my email address and the website address in the chat. That means everyone's got it. They don't have to photograph the screen or something. To get the free book, you order it from my website and just apply the coupon GBM, Green Builder Media. At the checkout, it'll be free. This will be free to you, and it has a zero carbon footprint. The paperback version of the book only weighs, 1 pound, but it has a 10-pound carbon footprint. So I really try to discourage people from buying the paperback book, although I will do it if you really want. Now, some people like having the book. I get that. But the book is free if you order the ebook version. So that's the end of what I plan to say. I'm very happy, though, to open it up for further questions and comments. And like I said, I'll stick around until everyone gets their questions answered. All
right. Well, we have numerous questions, as I have said, but we're going to go ahead and dive into them. So one that was asked very early, and we're going to go kind of through these somewhat in a chronological order, unfortunately, but don't worry about this. We'll get through them all. Sanjeev wanted to know, do you have guidance on net zero homes in hot climates like India?
So obviously I don't live in India, so I'm not experienced with it, but let me just go back to the real basics. The real basics of this is the laws of physics. How does energy flow into a box? The box we call our home, but you can equally call it a house of worship, you can call it a sports club, you can call it a factory, you can call it an office. It's a box. And energy flows into the box because you're burning natural gas, or you're burning heating oil, and you're consuming electricity. So that's the energy flowing into the box. Then energy flows out of the box through the walls, the roof, the windows, the basement, and that's it. It's really that simple. When you strip it all away, it's as simple as the energy flowing in and the energy flowing out. That is 100% true all throughout the world. It does not change based off whether you're in a hot country or a cold country. And what you need to reduce the energy use of that house, whether your energy use is predominantly heating or predominantly cooling, it does not matter. The answer is the same. It's insulation to thermally isolate the box from the rest of the world. And you do that with insulation in the attic, in the basement, in the walls. You do it with triple glazed windows, low E triple glazed windows, which are far better, 8 times more insulation than a single glazed window. That is just as effective in a hot climate as it is in a cold climate, because in a hot climate, you're trying to keep the heat out. In a cold climate, you're trying to keep the heat in. You stop it from flowing with insulation and with triple glazed windows. Then if you do need to heat in India, and there probably are times where even in a hot country like India, you still want some heat in the house or the office or the building. You heat efficiently using heat pumps rather than burning a fossil fuel. And then if you need cooling, which of course you do in most of India, you want air conditioning units. A modern heat pump cools with exactly the same efficiency as an AC unit. It's the heating that is 4 times more efficient. So it's possible in a place like India, you don't really need the heating. So you really want just an air conditioning unit, not a heat pump. That's much cheaper to buy just the straight AC unit, but you still want the great windows and you still want the great insulation. That's how you cut your energy use so much you can generate it all from solar panels. And the benefit of being in India is you've got glorious sunshine pretty much year round, unless you're way up in the north or something, but pretty much all of India has glorious sunshine all year round. So the basic recipe is the same, but the mix of the different ingredients would be different in a hot climate like India.
Okay. Real quick, I want to get to something about the ebook, because we were just talking about how people can download it. It's obviously up on screens. People can see that. The link was into the chat box, but a question both from Dan and from Dave. Is the ebook download available outside of the US?
Yes, anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world. Okay. Go for it, Dan. Go for it, Dave. All right. Wanted to move on. Michael had a question about why did you add in the second solar array?
Michael, so I did that in order to go from 5 tons of carbon footprint to 0. I really just thought it was kind of cool to get to 0. I didn't know if I could do it. I thought it'd be cool to try. I know I was making money on the solar panels, so the extra solar panels I put on the roof made me the same, about 13%. Actually, maybe a higher return on investment on the second solar panel array. They made a higher return on investment than the first ones because they were cheaper and better. So I did it to cut my carbon footprint to 0, and I made money doing it. So to me, it was a very good investment, as well as, honestly, I really did just think it was cool to have a 0 carbon footprint.
I would appreciate everybody, all the attendees for. We are going to get to all your questions, we promise. I'm going to get to Ken's right now. Ken wanted to know, and I think this is incredibly timely for right now with what's going on. How do you convince a homeowner or an apartment building owner to convert to a zero energy building during an economically bad time?
So you're right. Of course, these things are more challenging when there's uncertainty in the world. There's an enormous amount of uncertainty right now for people. These things are easier to do when things are stable, and they're not right now. However, there are some silver linings to the cloud. One is that interest rates are extremely low right now. So if you do want to finance some of these things, even like that solar loan I talked about from Massachusetts, which is a low interest loan but not a 0 interest loan, it's subsidized by the state. The actual interest rate you will actually pay is now very low because interest rates are low. So some of these things, like heat pumps and solar panels, they really do need some kind of financing. And at least for most people, I mean, if you've got the cash, great. But if you don't, you're going to have to borrow the money from someone to do this. And so doing that at a time when interest rates are at all-time lows is the best time to do it. Now, to convince people to do that, I think the argument remains the same. It's exactly what I've laid out. You can save money, you can cut your carbon footprint. Perhaps in times of greater economic need, cutting your expenses is actually even more important. One of my clients of my zero carbon business is a very not wealthy person. He lives in a very small house. in a very working class neighborhood of a city not too far from here. And he's single, he's divorced, he's retired, and has very little cash coming in. And so what I focused on with him was only the highest return on investment, lowest cash outlay things he could do. And most of that was around insulation and draft sealing. And he actually did replace he supplemented his natural gas powered heating system with a wood stove in the basement, which provided a lot of heat very inexpensively for him. So there are things you can do even in periods of great uncertainty and when people are really watching where the dollars go. And if you can put your head above the parapets for a minute and just take a look around, these things will save you money. And if you focus on, even if cash is tight right now, what I would suggest is the first thing to do is insulate the hot water pipes in your basement. This costs almost nothing. You can go to Home Depot and buy the foam like tubes that you put around the hot water pipes in the basement. That is the single best return on investment I've ever done. And it will cost you, maybe $10, and it'll take you maybe half an hour. And then after that, I would look at insulation, particularly insulation in your attic. In Massachusetts, that it'll get paid for by the government, 75% up to $2,000. But even if there's no subsidy where you live, it's so cheap to buy fiberglass or blown-in cellulose. Fiberglass you can install yourself. So you just go down to a big store, buy a few rolls of it, roll it out in your attic. In the basement, you can see what I did. I just pushed it up between the rafters. If your rafters are exposed, it's very easy to do. These things are very cheap and very easy and very effective. They will save you lots of money. So if you're feeling very capital constrained right now and you don't want to be borrowing money, I would just do the insulation stuff. And then if your windows are really bad, I would do these fit from the inside windows. They're dirt cheap, $200 a window. So there are these really low cost things you can do. I would focus on those things first and probably put off until things are a little more stable. The things that require a bit more financing, like the heat pumps and the solar panels.
David, I wanted to get back to the ebook thing real quick because we have apparently a number. I mean, we knew we had over 300 people attending this today, which was fantastic numbers, and we appreciate every one of you for attending. But we had a fair number of international attendees, and so what they're running into on your site is it's asking for a U.S. zip code and a state. It does not allow them to change the country.
All right, so there's a workaround here. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, look, I built this website myself. I don't guarantee it's massively robust, but just use my zip code and address. My address is 119 Farm Street in Dover, Massachusetts, 02030. You can use any US address, just fake it out. But if you use my address, it will work. So just put in your email address and put in my home address, 119 Farm Street, FARM, in Dover, DOVER, Massachusetts, 02030 is the zip code, and it will work.
Also have a couple people reporting that the website is not accepting GBM as the discount code.
Okay, this has happened before. I apologize. Like I said, I built the website myself. I will check this as soon as the call is done. If it doesn't work first time, please try it again. Give me like, I don't know, like 2 hours, like 6 p.m. Eastern time before you try it again. This did happen on one previous webinar, and I fixed it, and it was fine after that. However, if it doesn't work and you can't get it, email me to dgreen@greenZeroCarbon.com. And if the worst comes to the worst, I can email you the Kindle file or the iPad file. And if the worst comes to the worst, I can email you the PDF file. However, the PDF file is pixelated when I compress it enough to get it through email. So you don't want to do that unless you have to. The best way to do it is just to get it downloaded as an ebook. But please give me a couple of hours. If you're struggling, I will try to fix it. But if not, email me and I'll make sure you get the book somehow.
Okay. Wanted to know also on the book we're still talking about books here. Is the COVID-19 edition of the ebook different than the Kindle version?
The COVID-19 version is an abbreviated version of the 2020 edition of Zero Carbon Home, which is what you'll get as the ebook you can download from the website for free. It was abbreviated especially to focus on those things you can do quickly while you're at home, things like hot water pipe insulation, basement attic insulation, fit from the inside, triple glazed windows, things like that, that people might be perhaps bored while they're at home with in COVID quarantine and want to do something. And there are 3 ideas that you can do really, really quickly, really cheaply, and you can do them all yourself. You don't need to hire contracts to do them.
Okay. So we're going to move on to some of the other questions that we've had before. Marcy wanted to know if you insulated and air sealed your attic because she was curious that you chose insulation after solar and heat pump installation.
Yeah, you're right, Marcy. I did it the wrong way around. Like I said, there was no guidebook here. And after I'd done it, I wrote the guidebook precisely to help people like on this call who were looking around for a recipe book to follow. If I was to do it again, I would do insulation first, do triple glazed windows second, either replacing my windows if they're in terrible condition or adding the fit from the inside window inserts. Then I would do the heat pumps. The heat pumps would now be sized to the much lower energy profile of my house because it's now insulated and has triple glazed windows. And then finally, the last thing I would do is add the solar panels to meet the electrical demand, which is now higher than it used to be because I've added the heat pumps, which use electricity, whereas the heating oil bill or the natural gas bill has dropped probably to 0 at this time. So that is the right way to do it. That is not the way I did it when I did it myself.
Early in this, again, we're kind of going in somewhat chronological order here, David. Early in the presentation, you mentioned something about $11,000 per year in energy costs, and John was wondering if you could explain that a little bit.
Yeah, so by energy costs, I mean the bills I used to pay to a local oil delivery company because here where we are in Massachusetts, we heat with heating oil. There's no natural gas option, and that was about $8,000 a year. About 3,000 gallons of number 2 heating oil at about $2.75 a gallon. That was a total of about $8,000 a year. And then my electric bill was about $2,500 to $3,000 a year. So I don't know, say $250 a month on top of that. And that's what I meant by the $11,000.
Okay. Another question from Ken. He wanted to know, how do you prepare building owners or homeowners for the 0 net energy mandate in California?
Well, the first place to start would be to listen to one of these webinars. And or contact someone like Bruce or the Zero Energy Project. I mean, there's a lot of guidance available out there, and I'd be surprised if the state of California didn't have something to say about it. But there's good advice out there. Thankfully, these days there was not good advice when I tried to do this in 2016. In fact, as I've mentioned, there's a lot of bad advice out there that was simply a waste of money. But now there's lots of good advice out there on how to do this profitably and how to make sense of investing in these techniques to reduce your carbon footprint and your energy bills. So I would just suggest, check out my book, which is free. This webinar, not this particular one, but a previous version of this, is available on YouTube. You can just watch it. It's a 40-minute webinar plus I think about 45 minutes of questions and answers. You can sign up for the next webinar, and I do these things roughly once a week. And so you can get access to good information these days, which sadly was not available when I did my own zero carbon retrofit starting about 4 years ago.
Bruce, you want to chime in on this too?
Yeah, I chime in on this because the Zero Energy Project is kind of set up just for this process. We have 12 steps to zero energy. It talks about all the technical details and kind of in a stepwise fashion, the things that you should consider. We do emphasize things like very rigorous air sealing and insulation, thick walls, and that kind of thing. A zero energy project is a little more oriented toward new construction, and David has today been talking really about retrofits and dealing with existing buildings. The other thing that we like to do at Zero Energy Project is really help people with, get over this economic hurdle. As I said, if you can afford to build or buy a new home, you can definitely afford to build or buy an existing home. And if I could suggest that, David is on a different end of the economic spectrum than I am. When we built our home 5 years ago, we made it 900 square feet, and we drive an electric Leaf. So I think that it's available for people at all levels of the spectrum. In fact, I think the folks that have more capital constrained need to use that financing approach. And that's one of the things that we talk about a lot on Zero Energy Project, is really zeroing in on the economics, on affordability. And in order to do that, you really need to work with an energy model up front. And David mentioned that he had developed his own energy model, and there are certainly commercial products that are available out there that will allow you to categorize your home. You can put in all the dimensions of the home and do kind of an analysis of, how much energy would you save by going to that triple pane window versus the double pane. And you can, apply all of the different measures and start to evaluate them from an economic standpoint. So I really believe energy modeling is a powerful tool for optimizing the package of features that you use and the path that you take to reach zero energy. So visit zeroenergyproject.org and see some of that basic information.
On that topic too, John wanted to contribute that, obviously there's different laws, and we talked about that earlier. Location is really important. There are different laws in the state of Massachusetts. His town of South Hadley changed its net metering policy to be 2/3 less than the rest of the state. But he also points out that on the Massachusetts Solar Loan Program, which we talked about earlier, Massachusetts state will pay 30% of the loan off for you if you are below certain income levels. This is according to John. So to that point, Bruce, about all different income levels, yeah, there's help out there for people. Okay, I want to move on to a question from Liliana. Liliana wanted to know, if the technology is moving so fast, shouldn't one plan on updating every 5 to 10 years? And so current investments, you could depreciate those in about 10 years max, because it'd be time to move on to more efficient systems?
So good question, Liliana. So I'm a business guy. I've been in business for 20 years, doing all kinds of investments in factories, in acquiring companies. And if the general rule is, if you can make a good return on investment today, even if you can make a better return on investment tomorrow, do the one today. If that investment meets your criteria, it's lower risk or higher return, you should make that investment today. And so even though there may be technologies in the future that are even better, I'm sure solar panels will continue to improve, for instance, then you can think in the future, does it make sense for me to replace my solar panels with new better ones? I think the answer to that is unlikely, because by the time your solar panels have paid for themselves in, say, 5, 6, 7 years, your solar power is free. So if your solar power is free, it doesn't make any sense to buy new solar panels, no matter how efficient they are, because your power is free. You can't get less than free. So I think it really doesn't make sense to say that today, well, I can not make a 15% return on my investment today because I might make 15% return tomorrow. I would say the opposite is true. Let's get the 15% locked in now and get a really good return on investment, much better than I've been able to get in my stock or bond market investments, at far lower risk, after tax, any investment management fees and without any volatility. Oh, and index for inflation. So do that today, and if better technology comes along, well, then you evaluate at that point. Say, is this better for me tomorrow than not doing anything with my current investments? So that's how I would approach it, Liana. And I would suggest if the kind of investment returns I've described to you are good for you, if you think that's a good return on investment, I would do it today. I wouldn't wait.
All right. Another question coming in from John. What role, if any, can DC power play in the future of deep retrofits of homes and warehouses?
So let's take that in I think there's two separate questions there. Well, if you're generating solar power, you are generating DC, and that's why you need the inverter to convert it to AC, so you can just power your current appliances and lights in your home. There are things that are available that run off DC power, like everything that runs in your car runs off DC power. And you can get DC low voltage lights, for instance, but for most people, it's going to be far more expensive and far more hassle to try to convert their current appliances to DC appliances and run DC directly from their solar panels, which is slightly more efficient because you don't have that loss in energy when you convert from DC to AC. But for most people, it will not be worthwhile to replace their appliances and lighting with DC fixtures just to be able to say that a few percent of electricity that is lost today when you convert from DC to AC. Now, that's for homeowners. I think the same arguments would apply for warehouses. However, it's a little different to the grid. I'm not actually an expert on this area, so I'm not going to give a definitive answer, but I do know there's quite a debate out there about what is the best way to transmit large amounts of power over long distances, which will be required to move to a zero carbon grid powered by solar panels and wind power, because there are going to be times, for instance, when you want power in Massachusetts and the only power available on the grid is sunshine in Arizona. Well, today it's almost impossible to get that power from Arizona to Massachusetts, but in the future we will need to do that, and that will require large, long-distance power lines. And I think there's a debate right now as to whether that is more efficiently done with AC power or DC power. I just don't know the answer to that, John.
Okay. A couple questions coming about heat pumps, David. So Scott was asking about the ducted heat pump. What temperature is that heat, providing there? What temperature does that come out at?
Yeah, so the out of my ducts, I'm getting air temperatures of about 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is perfectly good enough to heat a home even in the middle of wintertime. Although it certainly helps to have triple glazed windows, because then you don't get the cold coming off those windows, which sort of competes with that nice warm air. If you've got very poor insulation or poor windows, you may want a vent temperature that's higher than 90 degrees. But 90 degrees is very doable from plain vanilla heat pumps that you can just buy off the shelf today, and it makes for a very comfortable home. That is a little different to the temperature of water running through a radiator-based water heating system, which is more like 140 degrees Fahrenheit. And we talked a bit earlier about hydronic systems and air-to-water systems and water-to-water with ground source to hydronic radiators. Hydronic radiators are typically at 140 degrees Fahrenheit, not 90 or 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And so if you do use a heat pump hot water system to run the water around your radiators, they're probably going to be a little cooler than you're used to. Now, it's not saying that's a bad thing. You'll still be able to heat your house. The difference is you won't be able to heat your house up quickly. For instance, when you come back from a winter vacation, your house is cold. It will take more time to get it up to 70 degrees using a hydronic heating system powered by a heat pump than a hydronic heating system powered by a fossil fuel furnace.
Staying with heat pumps, Kevin wanted to know, what is the difference between regular heat pumps and high efficiency heat pumps?
I think high efficiency is more like a marketing tool than any like defined term like organic or something. Organic has a defined meaning policed by the USDA, but there's no such thing as policing the term high efficiency. It simply refers to a heat pump that is more efficient than older ones, probably older ones made by that same company. And the high efficiency ones, good examples would be things like the Bosch heat pumps I have for our ducted system at our house, and the Mitsubishi ones, the ductless mini splits for our rental property. I think those would all be described as high efficiency, and they are. They're much higher.
I'm sorry, let me just jump in here. One way to tell the efficiency of a heat pump is to look for a particular metric called the heating season performance factor, known as HSPF. And for a typical central ducted heat pump, that could be around 8. You can get heat pumps with HSPFs up around 10 or even higher for a central heat pump, but the ductless heat pumps really shine here because their HSPFs can go up as high as 13. In the heating world, because most of these heat pumps really started life as an air conditioner, your heating contractor is going to probably quote you a price, quote you a figure for a different metric called SEER, and that stands for Seasonal Energy Efficiency Ratio. And this is actually a measure of cooling efficiency, but that's what they kind of understand in their world. And again, higher numbers are better, and so you just need to try and dig a little bit deeper, get to the HSPF number. But it will kind of go up in tandem with the SEER, so higher numbers mean more efficiency. So that should be a good way to kind of find one. The other thing about heat pumps is that if you live in a cold climate like Massachusetts or most of the Midwest, you want to find a heat pump that will operate at a very low outdoor temperature. And so typical heat pumps, central heat pumps, will probably start to reduce their efficiency and their capacity to heat your house somewhere around freezing in the low 30 degrees of outside temperature. And there are these things called cold climate heat pumps, which can operate at much lower temperatures. Many of the ductless heat pumps, the manufacturers have a line of low temperature heat pumps or cold climate heat pumps. I happen to know that Mitsubishi calls theirs the Hyperheat. So every manufacturer has one of those kind of cold climate lines, and you can ask them to make sure that is. And then look in the statistics; it'll tell you what the performance is at a very low outdoor temperature in the specifications, and you can kind of use that as a comparison tool when you're shopping for a good heat pump.
Yes, let me just comment on that because we have both the ducted heat pumps, which are the Bosch heat pumps, and the Mitsubishi heat pumps, both of which I think are described as high efficiency. Now, I think there are misleading claims made by the manufacturers as to how well their heat pumps actually work. So Mitsubishi, for instance, claims heat pumps, they will heat your house, actually they probably say they will work down to minus 14 degrees Fahrenheit, which is be cold. Now, I have those heat pumps, the Hyperheat heat pumps at the rental property, and they cannot keep the house warm below about 20 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Now, they can't keep it at 70 degrees Fahrenheit below about 20 degrees. So although from an engineering point of view, yes, they do continue to work, the condenser shaft continues to rotate down to minus 14 degrees Fahrenheit. But from the homeowner's point of view, will it keep my house warm? The answer is no, not below about 20 in my experience. And
right, and we have different experience in this regard, David, because we've talked about this before. And in my house, in a similar climate, is perfectly able to stay warm at minus 14 degrees. So I think that the secret here is to find a heating contractor that can install the system well. I think you've already mentioned that you installed your heat pumps first and then you insulated the house, which means that your heating system isn't really sized properly for the house itself. And I think that's a really key factor that we described pretty well on our website in a recent blog.
Yeah, so I'll go back to a point I made earlier, which is that although heat pumps have been around for a long time, I mean, they were invented 100 years ago, but the use of heat pumps as primary heating systems in northern climate houses is a relatively recent phenomenon. And most installers, I don't know if Bruce, you experienced, most installers aren't really that familiar with it. And so they're not that good at making these kind of calculations that Bruce mentioned. And he's absolutely right. The installer, who is generally regarded as one of the best installers around here, did not do those calculations before the install. So the system may be oversized for the heating load. So I think this is an area in which there is, room for variation based off your house's insulation and based off the particular installation chosen for your house.
Right, Mike, I think we can probably put this down on your idea list for a future webinar to talk about heat pump design.
Oh, most certainly. And gentlemen, to provide context for our attendees, can you just briefly again describe the location and size and type of insulation of the homes that you are referring to? So David, if you could go first, and then we'll let Bruce.
Yeah. So I've got two examples that I'll give you. One is our home, which is a 5,400 square foot house, very large house, with 2x4 construction, 4-inch insulation in the walls. It has R50 in the roof, R38 in the basement, R4 or R5 triple glazed windows. Sorry, that's my phone. So was that your question? What is the insulation? What is the square?
Yeah, the size, the type of insulation, also the location of the homes that you both are referring to right now.
Yeah, that's in Massachusetts, where we have about 5,800 heating degree days. That's a measure of how cold it is. Then the other property, our rental property, is about 3,400 square feet. It's not as well insulated. It does have mostly triple glazed windows, although some older double glazed windows. It's not as well insulated in the roof, and it's a slab on grade type of construction. So most of that slab is just sitting on the ground. There's no basement beneath it, which obviously makes it impossible to, or very hard to insulate that floor. So I would say that house is less well insulated. It has less good windows, and that is the one that uses the Mitsubishi Ductless heat pumps.
In my case, the home is in Eastern Oregon, 7,000 heating degree days, and so it's a fairly cold climate. The house is 900 square feet. It was designed from scratch to be a zero energy house. So it's got 10-inch thick walls with about an R40, and really high insulation levels. Very tight construction, 1 air change per hour at 50 pascals. And it's interesting that when we got the bid from the heating contractor, of course, I asked him for his sizing calculation, and we ended up installing a heat pump that was half the size of the one that he spec'd, which was a little bit of a surprise. And even though, and I did that because my energy model kind of contradicted the manual J heat loss calculations that he had performed, and so I thought about it a little bit. And even though the energy model isn't really a heating system sizing calculation, I was able to kind of give myself some comfort that it was probably more accurate than the one that the heating contractor had done. So the upshot is that the house has never needed any kind of backup or resistance heat. Even though I do have a couple of electric heaters installed in the house, I've never had to use that, despite the fact that it has frequently dipped below zero. I will say though that it hasn't ever stayed below zero for more than a week at a time. So I think that it's not one of those things where it's had to, the heat pump hasn't had to crunch away for a long period of time, because in our climate, the number of hours of the year that the temperature outside gets really low is actually quite small. So the ductless heat pump works fine when it's sized right at the at the heating load, and then the electric wall heaters are kind of the insurance that if something did happen and it was really cold for a long period of time, that would pick up the slack. And I think that's the kind of proper design approach, is to pretty close to the actual heating load rather than oversizing it for the safety factor. And this is where many of the heating contractors kind of fall into an old habit, which they developed over the years for good reason, is that we're going to make it bigger, thinking that bigger is better and it will perform more effectively. And I think with heat pumps, that's just really not true. So two completely different situations. I have a small purpose-designed house for zero energy, and David has basically applied some of these efficiency principles to a fairly old home that's quite a bit larger.
And could each of you just quickly state the size of the heat pumps in BTUs?
Yes, this is David. So the Bosch heat pumps at my home are 5-ton units. I can't recall what that is in BTUs, I'm afraid. And at the rental property, there are 3 outdoor condenser units. I think they're about 2 tons each. I'm sorry, I don't know it in BTUs.
So your central heat pump is about 4.5 tons, and the smaller one in the other unit is it's about 4.5 tons, 50,000 BTUs per hour.
No, I obviously wasn't clear about that. At my home, we have 2 5-ton Bosch heat pumps, one for the upstairs zone, one for the downstairs zone. And at the rental property, we have 3 outdoor condenser units, 8 indoor heads, either ceiling mounted or wall mounted. And the outdoor units, I think they're about 2 tons each, so 6 tons total heating capacity for the house.
Okay, well, you're challenging my math here, David, but there's 12,000 BTUs per hour in a ton. And so the house then has about 10,000 BTUs of capacity. And the ADU, the rental unit, sounds like about almost 5,000 BTUs per hour. Does that make sense?
Not
a 5-ton unit. Would be 6,000 BTUs.
Yeah, so we have 120,000 BTUs at the main house and at our home, and 6 tons. What did you say? 12,000 per ton. So that'd be 72,000 at the rental house. And the rental house is smaller, so I think that's about in balance with each other. Although I definitely agree with what Bruce was saying. If you do this from scratch and you're building your own house, just super insulate the walls, super insulate the attic, super insulate the basement, and you can get away with heating the entire house with very little energy, and you can supply all of that energy from even a modest sized heat pump, and then you can power that with solar panels from your roof.
Right, so circling back to the question, in my house, I have a 9,000 BTU single head ductless heat pump.
Okay. You know, we kind of hit on it during part of that discussion, and so I'll pull from that by answering Nancy's question. How do you find a contractor who knows how to properly size heat pumps for a given house?
That's a very good question, Nancy. I have never found. I essentially had to do this myself. And if you just listen to what Bruce was saying, he did it himself too. I think heat pump contractors are way behind the solar guys, for instance. At least the solar guys will talk dollars to you, and they might even talk carbon footprint. The HVAC contractors, in my experience, are far less sophisticated. They have a hard time even talking about energy and carbon footprint, let alone talking about finances. So I wish there were an answer for you, Nancy, but I don't have it.
Well, I agree completely. The heating contractors are still living in the last century and are not only, I mean, I think they're willfully ignorant of many of these advances. Now that's painting with a broad brush, but you know, there might be, you know, less than half of the contractors out there even do heat loss calculations. So it's very difficult to find somebody to work with. Now, here's a suggestion, though, and that is that around the country, there are third-party certification programs for energy-efficient homes. The one that you're probably familiar with is Energy Star, that is operated by the U.S. Department of Energy. And there are many smaller regional programs and utility programs that also kind of get to this idea. In most cases, if you participate in one of these third-party certification programs, they will require a heat loss calculation called Manual J, and they will require the heating contractor to do that. And it gives you a little bit of leverage by working with this program, that you'll have somebody on your side that understands the sizing requirements and some of the other design issues around HVAC systems. And so I think it's worthwhile to kind of get involved in one of those programs, even though it seems like a little bit of bureaucracy, because you're going to probably get an energy model as part of the qualification for the program. You'll definitely have checklists of efficiency measures, especially HVAC measures, and I think it'll help get you a much better installation in the long run.
Okay, moving on still to heat pumps, but to Roy's question, are the heat pumps the variable flow type?
Yes, Roy, yes they are. And pretty much all modern heat pumps have the variable speed motors. This is actually an essential part of them being energy efficient. The old motors were single speed, then there was sort of a hybrid when they went to double speed. You really want that variable speed motor because I'm going to go off topic a little bit here, but the power, the energy used by a pump goes up by the cube of the speed. So if you think of speed as being RPM, it goes up as the cube of the speed. So if you're running a fixed speed pump at its maximum speed, which is how they work, they're just on and off, they're on their maximum speed, you are burning boatloads of energy. It really is a crying waste of energy to be running those blower fans at high speeds and then shutting them off. You are far better off, far more energy conscious. It will save you about 75% of the electricity used to run the blower fans if you run them continuously at a low speed. Rather than running them off, on, off, on, off, on, off at a high speed, and then zero, high speed, zero, you will circulate the same amount of air in 24 hours by running that pump at low speed, but continuously. And that is what variable speed motors do. And the best heat pumps these days, the Mitsubishi ones, the Bosch ones, they all have these variable speed communicating controllers that allow the pump to run at the minimum speed necessary to keep the house boatloads of electricity. I think from memory, 8,000 kilowatt hours a year. It's an enormous amount of electricity just by changing blower fans to variable speed. I'm not talking about only the benefit of the variable speed motors. So you definitely want to specify that in your new heat pumps.
David, I think that you're right about the ductless heat pumps. They do use variable speed motors and also variable refrigerant flow compressors.
Yeah.
And those pretty uniformly they're called in the trade, they're called inverter driven. And those tend to be variable speed. The central heat pumps, I think, are a much different story. You happen to have a Bosch, which was obviously German engineering, and I think it's maybe an exception for the central heat pumps. Most of the units that go on there today, in terms of central heat pumps, still use the basic on-off approach and would not really get the highest efficiency available. But when you even so, they're probably better certainly better than electric furnace and almost as good as say a gas furnace in terms of economy. So I think that heat pumps are still a good idea, but if you want the maximum efficiency, you really have to make sure that you're getting the inverter-driven technology.
Lisa had a question about older homes. How does having to upgrade an electrical panel impact the economics of all these retrofits?
So good question, Lisa. I've done it. in order to get the, so at our home at 119 Farm Street, we did not have to upgrade the electrical service. We had 200 amp service, and we were able to get all of the heat pumps in under that 200 amp limit. At our rental property, though, we had a 100 amp service. It is a 1960s house, had the original electrical panel, and we had to upgrade that to 400 amp service, which is excessive. We don't need 400 amps today, but I'm thinking ahead, thinking about planning for electric vehicle charging stations that will require an extra 80 amps on top. So rather than put in 200 today and have to add another 300, another 100 later on, I just put in 400 right away, and that cost me, I think it was about $12,000. Between paying the utility company, paying for the track excavator guy to dig the trenches, there's a lot of trenching involved, and then add the actual cables and rebuild the electrical panels. That was expensive, and of course that affects the economics. That's going to drag down the rate of return. I think what I just described is probably the worst case scenario, where you have to go to a 400 amp service. Most new homes, certainly in Massachusetts, are required to have 400 amp service, and yet there's very few of them are actually using 400 amps. So it's quite easy then to just add the heat pumps and not have to upgrade the electrical panel. But for older homes, you're absolutely right, Lisa. You should definitely check first to make sure your electrical service is good enough. If your electricity comes to your house through the air rather than underground, then it's much cheaper to upgrade that electrical service. Around here, it costs about $1,000 to upgrade to 400 amp service if you're coming through the air rather than coming underground. It was coming underground that cost us a lot of money because of the trenching and the track excavator work and all the cables that had to be laid. So on older homes, if you've got a through the air service, probably not too bad. If you've got to dig trenches like we had to, it was really expensive.
Marion wanted to know, for you, David, could you have selected cold climate heat pumps to get rid of the oil?
I think the short answer is no, Marion. There are no heat pumps today, even the Mitsubishi Hyperheat ones, which are probably about the best on the market, are incapable of heating my house to 70 degrees when the outside temperature is below about 20. Now, Bruce gave a good example where in his climate, which is colder than our climate, he can do it, but he's got 10-inch thick walls. We don't have anywhere near that, and it would cost me a fortune to take off the siding and rebuild the walls and make them thick. It's very cheap to do on new construction. It's a no-brainer on new construction to go with thick walls, but it's ridiculously expensive to do it as a retrofit, and we did not do that. So there's no heat pump today that can do what Bruce does, which is have the heat pump as the only source of heating in a cold climate. And you're going to have to go with what we have, which is a backup fossil fuel system. Even Bruce has backup electrical heat, but he's never used it. But that's like an insurance policy should his heat pump not be able to heat his house on those bitterly cold days. So there is no such thing, in my experience. Please, if you know of one, let me know. There is no such thing as a heat pump that can heat a retrofit house and keep it at 70 degrees without some kind of supplemental heat. Now, you don't need to use a oil furnace. It's just we had an oil furnace already, so I wasn't going to take it out. People who have natural gas keep the natural gas furnace. One of my clients of the zero carbon business put in a wood stove, and that's his backup heat. And he just uses that on those days when it's bitterly cold. It provides a ton of heat. He can get wood dirt cheap where he lives, so it's a very economical solution because you only use it when you need it. And I think those kind of solutions are very good for the cold climates, but I don't think there's a solution today where you can reliably depend on the heat pump as the only source of heat for your house, unless you like living at 55 degrees.
Had a question from Lisa. She wanted to hear more about how the economics of these retrofits pencil out for much smaller homes. She says that single-family homes in her city, if she told me what the city was, I apologize, I forget it, but she says single-family homes in her city are more commonly 1,800 to 3,000 square foot, and I'm wondering if it would take a much longer time period for these projects to pencil out for the smaller homes that just aren't using as much energy to begin with?
So let me just answer that, Lisa. So I think the answer is a larger home is, by virtue of its size, somewhat more energy efficient than a smaller home for the same level of insulation on the walls and the roof, etc. It's just because of the surface area ratio to the volume of air in the house. That actually gets smaller the larger the house gets. So fundamentally, larger houses are somewhat more energy efficient than smaller houses, but that benefit pales into insignificance by comparison to the on your walls. As well. So I think the basic recipe is going to be the same. You still want to keep that heat in the house in the wintertime and keep that heat out of the house in the summertime. And the only way to do that is insulation and triple glazed windows. Then once you've got that, you want to heat as efficiently as you can. That means heat pumps. And the final thing is the solar panels necessary to power it all. So I think the recipe is going to be the same. It may be that on a very small house, as a retrofit, not Bruce's house, which was a new construction, but on a very small retrofit, maybe you don't quite get to zero. And that's okay. Zero is an arbitrary number. There's no need to get to zero. The most important thing is to do right financially for your family and your do everything that I did. But I would suggest what you do is you take it step by step, and you don't have to do this all at once. You can do the installation first, wait and see what the effect on your heating bill is. Then you can add the window inserts or triple glazed windows, wait and see what the impact on your heating bill is. Then you size the heat pumps to meet that heating load. Again, make the economic decision. Does this make sense for me at that point? And then finally, the solar panel decision to offset all of the carbon footprint and the electricity. But you can do this step by step. There's no need to do it all at once, and you can measure it along the way and make sure that each step of the way you're making the right financial decision for your family and your house.
One way to look at this is that the smaller house is really going to actually cost less to do the work too. So I think that it comes down to doing that economic analysis to figure out how it pencils out. And David is exactly right. If you start with the what some people call the passive measures, the insulation and the air sealing, and then you move into the more mechanically oriented things and end up with solar, then that's the right sequence to go. And if you can't quite get through the entire sequence, you're at least benefiting from the most cost-effective measures first. I will, I think it's important to say that I think it is important to get to zero. Or at least to dramatically reduce the amount of fossil fuel that we're burning. So if you can make this break even, I think that's a big win, because then you get the comfort of living in a better house, and you get some of the advantages of air sealing and kind of the building science advantages of moisture management and air quality that if done right in a zero energy home, you get these other kind of intangible advantages, plus the knowledge that you're contributing to the solution and not staying a part of the problem. So if you can make your house break even, I don't really need to make money, although I do. About $8 a month, according to my calculations here in our house. It's not really enough to brag about, but I think that we're trying to get this to be as economical as possible, because we have to factor in all these other benefits.
So I wanted to get to a question from Kevin. He wanted to know, is there a type of short ground loop that can boost the efficiency of a heat pump?
So I think there is an answer, which is yes, because the efficiency of a ground source heat pump is fundamentally higher than that of an air source heat pump, because in the wintertime, you're accessing heat from the ground at, say, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, because that's the underground temperature year round, whereas the air temperature might be 20 degrees Fahrenheit. And heat pumps become less efficient as you get to colder temperatures. That's just the laws of physics. There's nothing you can do about it. So yes, having a ground loop for a geothermal system will be efficient. However, it will almost never be more financially efficient than an air source heat pump, because to get that short ground loop, you've either got to hire a track excavator to dig a massive hole in your backyard and fill it with pipe, or you've got to hire a drilling rig to drill down hundreds of feet to have hundreds of feet of pipe in the ground, and that is very expensive. Now, having said all of that, I think there actually is a kind of a fairly cheap intermediate solution, which is that air source heat pump that's in my basement. Now, just remember, in my basement, I've insulated the ceiling of the basement so that the living space is thermally isolated from the basement. This means when my basement gets colder, because the air source heat pump is taking heat out of the air in the basement and putting it into the hot water tank, then that cool is not affecting the temperature of my living space because of that thick insulation separating the basement from the house. So where is that heat coming from? Where is the heat in the air of my basement coming from if it is thermally separated from my house? It's coming from the ground. So in some ways, I have a ground source heat pump where the coupling mechanism between the heat of the ground and the heat pump is the air in my basement, rather than a ground loop of pipes in the ground itself. Nevertheless, I'm pulling heat from the underground, because my basement is underground. I'm pulling that heat out of the ground and pushing it into my hot water tank. Now, there's not enough heat there to heat my house, but there is enough there to heat my hot water. So that's kind of a midway house, Kevin, where it's not really having a short ground loop, but it kind of has the same effect of having a short ground loop.
Wade wanted to know if one heat pump can be used for both air heating and hot water.
It's probably possible, Wade. Most furnaces do both. Most furnaces heat hot water, which circulates around a heat exchanger to put the heat into the air for an air circulation system, and they heat the hot water for the hot water tank. So there probably is, and Bruce, if you know this, chime in, there probably is a way to, or probably are manufacturers who supply heat pumps that will do both. I've not done it myself. I separated the air heating function of my furnace from my hot water heating function by having the hot water heat pump hot water tank to do my hot water, which then separated it from the furnace's function of heating the air, and that furnace function is now mostly accomplished by my heat pumps, which only heat the air. They don't heat the hot water. That is a separate circuit with the heat pump hot water tank. So I think that's possible. Bruce, do you know if there is a heat pump available that will do both air heating and hot water heating?
Virtually all of the ground source heat pumps have water heating option. Sometimes it's called a desuperheater, but it will actually heat water and air. So that's a pretty common thing. There's also a small split system heat pump dedicated to just heating water, and it uses an outdoor unit, much like a mini split air, space heating heat pump. So it has an outdoor unit and a tank inside, and it will actually draw its heat from the outside air even down to extremely low temperatures. So this is something that's available. So you can heat water with a heat pump in those ways too.
We had a question from Richard. He wanted to know what the economic and electrical efficiency is for your project, David, specific to your solar panels in overcast winter.
So there's kind of a glib way I can answer your question, Richard, which I just don't care. And the reason I don't care is because of net metering. So I don't really care what the efficiency is in the wintertime or the summertime. All I really care about is that I generate enough solar power over the course of a year to offset my entire electrical load, including my heat pump load, over the course of the year. But in practice, and this is true for every solar panel array, you generate far more of that electricity in the summer than you do in the wintertime. But because of net metering, I can effectively store that electricity as credits with my utility company, which I can then spend or draw down in the wintertime to give me the electrical power that I need in the wintertime. So the economics, when you've got heat pumps and solar panels, is easier to look at it over the course of a whole year than it is by season. And it really doesn't matter to you what happens season by season, because net metering allows you to store your excess solar power in the summertime and then use it in the wintertime.
Right. I think that's a really good observation, is that, you know, we have to remember that when we're thinking about carbon, efficiency is not the real measure of success. The measure of success is reducing consumption. And so if you know, efficiency is a ratio, and consumption is an absolute value of measurement. So if we can reduce the consumption of fossil fuels to zero, or you know, actually below that, then you know we've done a good job. When you get into this world of zero energy, now suddenly you don't have to worry about where the thermostat is set anymore. It kind of takes the guilt away from this, which is a hard thing for an old conservation bozo like me to really kind of get used to. I don't have to worry about setting the thermostat to 72 degrees. I can leave the lights on. With an electric car that's charged with solar panels, I can drive around in places where I used to walk or ride my bike. So I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword in a little bit, but this zero energy living is like guilt-free living.
Yeah, I agree with Bruce.
Mary was checking in with us from Minnesota, where she has struggled to find a contractor who is interested or has any experience with air-to-water heat pumps. And she was wondering if you could provide, she typed it out as a list, but I mean, are there any air-to-water heat pumps that come to mind for either of you?
I do not know of any. Bruce, if you do, please jump in.
The one manufacturer that I know is called Daikin. It's spelled D-A-I-K-I-N. They make a product called Altherma. If you go to the Daikin website, I'm sure that you'll find it. I won't encourage, I wish you luck to find somebody who can actually install that in most parts of the United States, though, because it hasn't really kind of got any traction here in the American market. There was a house with an air-to-water heat pump that drove a heating system, a radiant lab, and it was an experimental project too, or product, and it ended up working well, but it took some time to get it there. And so these things are sometimes referred to as reverse cycle chillers. They exist out there, but it's going to take some research to find somebody who will supply the product and to get a contractor that's willing to install it. So anyway, look up Daikin, look up reverse cycle chiller, and maybe that'll lead you to the person who can help you out.
Yes, actually, there was an attendee who mentioned a Daikin Altherma, and they actually got it installed in 2010. But his understanding is they don't sell them in the U.S. anymore. On the good side, I heard from Robert here, who says that there are air-to-water heat pumps, Space Pack, with a P being capitalized, Space Pack, P-A-K, that will heat water and also do space heating too. So there may be something to look into, Mary. Alex wanted to know, David, if you had considered adding an ERV to your system.
So another good question. ERV stands for Energy Recovery Ventilator, if anyone wasn't familiar with that term. And what this does is it brings fresh air into your house from the outside, which is very important when you have a tightly sealed envelope. When you've done all this air sealing, or you've built a house from scratch, which has this very low air changes like Bruce's house has, or a passive house has, you need air. You need air so the air doesn't get stuffy inside, and so you need to replace that air. So an energy recovery ventilator brings in fresh air from the outside. It pumps air in, so you no longer are getting air through your leaks in your house. You're deliberately bringing the air in, but it's cold air coming in the wintertime. So what it does, it takes the warm air from your house and pumps it out past the cold air coming in. There's an air-to-air heat exchanger, so the warm air going out is recovered, energy recovery. And so the air coming in, even though it may come in at 20 degrees Fahrenheit, it's probably about 50 or 60 degrees by the time it enters the house, and then it's warmed up by your fossil fuel or heat pump heating system. So I did not consider adding that. And the reason for that is because my house is not like Bruce's house, it's not super tight. So my house, even after the retrofit and even with the triple glazed windows, which are brand new and seal great, and even with the DIY weather stripping around the doors and stuff, our house is not tight. It's nowhere near tight enough to need an energy recovery ventilator. So I think ERVs are probably best considered as part of a new home construction where you have really super tight envelope. For a retrofit, I'd be shocked if you could get a retrofit to a tight enough air seal that you'd require an energy recovery ventilator.
You know, speaking of that, Richard had a question about what level of air tightness did you achieve in your home retrofit? Do you know?
I'm going to find out, Richard. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm going to have a blower door test done to find out how many air changes per hour we really have. I doubt it's that good because I can tell you we have chimneys. Our chimneys are not sealed. They do have dampers, but it's not sealed. So I can't believe that our air sealing is that good because the chimneys are just big holes in the air envelope of the house. The windows are good, the siding is good, the roof is good, the basement is okay. It's not great. We have a bulkhead that goes to the outside. It's not particularly well sealed. So I just don't think our house is that good from an air sealing point of view. We're actually in the middle of replacing the doors. The new doors will be much better sealed than the old doors, but they're not perfect. And so I don't think our air sealing is that good. And one of the points I really like to make to people is it doesn't have to be perfect. We have cut our bills to zero. We've cut our carbon footprint to zero, and we've done it without ever doing a blower door test. And I don't think my house is particularly airtight. I don't think you need to get to that level of air tightness in order to get to a zero carbon footprint and to get to zero utility bills.
Susan had a question. She says that her home has the traditional natural gas powered central furnace with ductwork. And I'm sure there's many people who have attended this webinar who fit into that same boat. So she wants to know, is it feasible to switch to splits?
So yeah, the short answer, Susan, is yes. And that is true for both mini splits and for the heat pumps I showed you, like the Bosch ones at our home. In fact, if you have the ductwork, it's almost certainly going to be cheaper for you to go with a ducted heat pump system rather than the ductless mini split units, because the ductless mini split units can get quite expensive when you're retrofitting a large house, because there's a maximum number of heads you can put on each condenser unit. So in our 3,400 square foot rental property, there are 3 condenser units outside and 8 heads inside. Well, that just gets expensive compared to 2 outdoor units at our home and 2 indoor units at our home, 2 different air handlers, one for the upstairs zone, one for the downstairs zone. So the amount of kit you're buying, the amount of machinery you're buying is far lower for a whole house system where you can use the ductwork. So I would consider, Susan, using your natural gas furnace. I would first consider using the whole house approach, using your ductwork to distribute the warm air around from your heat pumps, rather than the ductless approach. It's probably going to save you money compared to a ductless mini split approach, unless your house is very small, and like Bruce, you can do it on just a single outdoor unit and 1 or 2 heads inside. And I would recommend, Susan, you keep your natural gas furnace as a backup for those super cold days when your heat pumps are probably not going to be able to satisfy all of your heating needs.
I had myself on mute there. So Chris had a comment. He wanted to know why we were talking technology while the approach should be holistic, starting with the proper assessment of the property, determining based on the profile. Then you can determine what the right technology is. For the average consumer, this is pretty complex. They just simply want the best solution. Thoughts on that?
Yeah. So in my experience, Chris, there are very few people who are able to do that kind of diagnostic work. And we had comments earlier about heating contractors and how they don't even do manual J calculations, which in my opinion is sort of like, well, that's like bare minimum what you need to do to size these systems correctly. So if they can't even do that, how are you going to expect them to do these far more sophisticated calculations of carbon footprints, of overall heating use, let alone get into the financial calculations? These are beyond most people. And that's why the whole approach to my presentation, Chris, I'm not saying my approach is universal. I'm not saying it's going to be the right answer for everyone. But I am saying that these four things, the Fab Four, work really well. They're fairly inexpensive. They're well subsidized. And you can get them from many, many different types of contractors. There are many people who will install heat pumps, both the ductless and the ducted systems. There are many people who install solar panels. These are commercially available, competitive marketplaces where you can get multiple bids on different technologies from different manufacturers and multiple bids from different installers. So that's what I emphasize. I'm not saying this is the only solution. I think there are other solutions out there that if you do the proper diagnostic work, you can optimize for your home. But most people, in my experience, including most contractors, are simply not capable of doing that good diagnostic work to get an answer. And therefore, I think my very simple and deliberately simple recipe of the Fab Four, which is just heat pumps, insulation, triple-glazed windows, and solar panels, this is going to work for most people most of the time. This is going to enable them to actually get on with it and get through the program, rather than being bamboozled by the terminology thrown at them by heating contractors or solar panel contractors, which in my experience has stopped a lot of people from doing something they actually want to do.
Going back to the question that we had earlier about, hey, all those people who have existing furnaces, natural gas furnaces with existing ductwork, Avery sent in a comment saying, those with existing furnaces, the manufacturers might have fan coils, which could be installed into the furnace itself, and then the existing fridge lines from the furnace could be left in place for the heat pump outdoor unit. Is that something that sounds like it makes sense?
I've never done that, Avery. I think
that's fairly problematic, David. Let me just jump in here. That's problematic for a couple of reasons. One is that heat pumps require a much higher level of airflow to extract and deliver heat to different parts of the building. And so the larger airflow requires a larger blower motor. It also requires larger ductwork. And so it's a little problematic to just slip a coil into an existing furnace and expect it to work at an optimum level. The other thing is that when you're, most heat pumps that come off the shelf have backup electric resistance elements in them, and those are fairly straightforward to control. It's much more difficult to control a combustion furnace to do the things that it needs to do to kind of work together in tandem with a heat pump. So, for example, heat pumps have to defrost. Under certain conditions, the frost will actually build up on the outside of the outside units, on the coils outside, and in order to clear that frost, they have to reverse the heat pump and make it into an air conditioner again. And so it is now cooling your house in order to defrost the coils, and the way that you kind of compensate for that is to turn on those electric resistance elements. Well, it's much more difficult to do that kind of simple transition with a gas furnace because of the temperatures and pressures involved in that kind of sealed system of the refrigerant. So There are dual fuel, or sometimes called hybrid furnaces, that use gas boiler, like a gas burner with an electric heat pump, but they're kind of designed from scratch to work that way. And I think that by now they must work pretty well. My last memory of them is what they were fairly finicky, even when they were brand new. That was a few years ago. So I think it is possible, but probably not something that you wanted to get into, just because it was so complicated and there are many, many opportunities for problems.
We had a question from John. He wanted to know if there are alternatives for new construction to provide a secondary heat source to the heat pumps that isn't a fossil fuel source.
So yes, electricity is most commonly used, as Bruce was just describing. Many heat pumps are installed with backup electric heating. That is electric resistance heating. It is 1 times efficiency, 100% efficiency. It is not the 400% efficiency of the heat pump. So you can do it, and if you have zero carbon power, because you've got enough solar panels to generate enough over the course of the year, that you've got those credits you can pull down in the wintertime to power your backup electric heaters, then you're fine. That tends to mean you need a lot of solar panels, and maybe your roof isn't big enough to do that. So I think the better solution is to have some kind of backup fossil fuel furnace. And for the purists, they would say, well, okay, you're burning fossil fuel, and I'm not really a purist, I'm a pragmatist. And I would say it's very occasionally, and it's very small amounts, and sometimes carbon fuels are actually appropriate if you use them in very small amounts and you use them rarely. So I don't think fossil fuels should be banned or should be eliminated entirely. I just think we have to use far less of them. And so using, as I do, 300 gallons of heating oil a year rather than 3,000 gallons a year is a huge win for my back pocket and a huge win for the planet. I don't need to get that to zero just to be a purist. Now, I still have a zero carbon footprint because I generate more solar power than I need, and that has a negative carbon footprint because every time I send that out to the grid, that displaces a fossil fuel power station from making that power. So I don't think you need to be a purist. I think the key thing here is to cut your carbon footprint dramatically. Dramatically could be 50% for you, it could be 60, 70, 80%, it's fairly easy. It could be 90% or 100%, that's great. But I don't think you need to be a purist about it, and I think using some carbon fuel, like a wood stove is a great example. You use it 20 days of the year, gives you tons of heat, and depending on where you live, maybe your wood is free, maybe you've got some people around you cut down trees regularly, you can get them to drop off wood for you. So there are ways to do these things at very low cost and still remain very inefficient. But if you want to be a purist about it, then your only alternative really is to have backup electric heating, and that is not zero carbon unless you've got enough solar panels on your roof to generate that additional electricity for the backup heat, as well as the electricity needed to run the heat pumps year round.
Edmund wanted to know if you were aware of the current ground source heat pump technology, which circulates coolant through pipes that are buried at about 4 feet rather than deep well water. Are you aware of that, and any comments on that?
If that's a new technology, then I'm not aware of it. I'm aware of ground loops that are buried, I thought, about 6 feet underground with like 1-inch plastic piping just coiled in the ground to transfer the heat, as opposed to drilling wells. But I'm not familiar with a 4-foot deep trench. Around here in Massachusetts, you'd be awfully close to the frost line at 4 feet. You're probably below it, but you'd be awfully close to it. And even if you're not at the point where the ground freezes, you need to go 6, 7, 8 feet down to be where the ground temperature is 50 degrees year round.
By coolant, do you mean antifreeze, like a glycol solution? That's actually fairly common for ground loops. The closed loop uses an antifreeze or an alcohol solution to circulate through the ground. And as David says, you just have to make sure to be below the frost line. So it depends on where you live and where that frost line is.
Okay. John had a question for you, David. He wanted to know if you factored in the replacement cost of air source heat pumps versus.
So the answer is yeah. When I did the 25-year discounted cash flow heat pumps, I put in, and I forget, I think it was at 12 years or 15 years, I either put in a full replacement or I put in a like an upgrade, like a major service. I don't remember off the top of my head how exactly how I did it, but yes, what I assumed was the replacement life that was warranted by the manufacturer, and I believe it's 10 years on mine. So I believe what I put in was an upgrade. I don't think I put in a full replacement, but an upgrade of the heat pumps at about 10 years.
Okay. Art had a question. David, do you see the reason for using geothermal heat pumps for low-rise, multi-unit buildings? And he's talking about new construction.
Do I see the need for it? I think it's very economically driven. I'm not in that business of constructing those kind of apartment buildings. But if I were, I would just look at the economics. Does geothermal make economic sense for those types of buildings? And I think in some circumstances it probably will, and in others it won't. But I can't tell you in advance which ones are going to be good and not be good. But I do think the idea of centralizing the machinery and running several homes off one centralized and therefore cheaper set of machinery like heat pumps and the circulating pumps does have some merit. But I can't say specifically whether it's good or bad. I would just have to look at the economics of doing it site by site.
Okay. Sayad wanted to know if there was a huge difference in energy saving between double and triple glazing.
So it is significant. The R value difference between a double pane window at about R3 or R4 and a triple pane window at about say 6, R5 to R6 is double. So you'll lose half the heat through a low E triple glazed window as you would through a low E double glazed window. So the difference is quite significant. When I did the payback analysis, which I showed in this presentation, that is based on the incremental cost of triple glazed above and beyond the cost of double glazed, and that pays back in 5 years, 19% return on investment. So from a carbon footprint point of view, we saved I think it's 2 tons per year with the triple glazed installation above and beyond what we would have saved with a double glazed installation. So it works from a carbon footprint point of view, and definitely works from an investment point of view. So so yes is the short answer, Sayad.
A good way to do make these kind of decisions is to use the energy model, at least in new construction where it's commonly done, to have an energy model. You can use the computer to kind of answer the question and say, well, what if I just change the U factor of the windows? Does that make sense considering the cost of that upgrade? For a lot of affordable projects, I recommend people buy the best double glazed window they can, primarily because of the cost bump when you get to that point of adding the third layer of glazing. But it's entirely dependent on the situation that you're in and the number of windows and the climate and everything. So there really isn't a good way, to make a general statement about, is triple glazing always better than double glazing? Sure, it does save energy. There's less heat loss, but whether it's a good economic choice, I think, is something that you almost have to evaluate based on the situation or the specifics of your project. And that's where the energy model comes in, because it's a fairly easy, in fact, it's just a few keystrokes to change the heat loss rate of all your windows to something better, and then look and see what the actual impact of that is in your situation. So I really like that idea of kind of going on using the energy model as an optimization tool.
Yeah, and that is exactly what I did. And that's exactly how I made the calculations in this book. I did not use a software package. I built the model myself, and that's because, frankly, it wasn't that hard to do. And the software tools that are available are unbelievably difficult to use. I would have had to have gone to a training program to learn how to use the software. So I just built my own. But the whole idea of building a model first and then using that to say, am I going to make money by doing X? And X can be one of many things: triple glaze versus double glaze, put insulation in the basement, put insulation in the attic, go from 12 inches to 24 inches of insulation. These things are very easy to do in software once you've got a basic model.
You know, speaking of energy modeling, we've had a couple of questions come in recently about recommendations for any websites that have any kind of either detailed energy model calculations or any modeling websites that you can recommend.
I'm going to have to punt on this one to you because I built my model, so I did not use any energy modeling and any available energy modeling.
Right. Well, David, that could be your next book. How to build your own energy. My recommendation is to get involved with a third-party certification program like Energy Star, because an energy modeling comes with the package, and you know the people, the energy rater who you will hire to do this is very adept at filling that out. They've done the training, they know how to use it. It's a very efficient process. So I think that that's really the way to proceed, unless you get into the learning curve. The software that's used by most of the home energy rating system people is called REM Rate. There's a version of that for people who are not energy raters. It's called REM Design, REM Design. That package is probably $300. So you know, it's not something that you want to do just to build a specific house. It works for retrofits and for new construction. There are also some free packages out there, and I think that the best way to kind of figure this out is to go to the U.S. Department of Energy's website and search for energy model. And what you'll get is a page that shows all of the modeling software packages that have been certified according to the U.S. DOE's criteria for that process, for that calculations. And so that's, you know, you get a whole list of them. You can go and look at different websites and choose the one that kind of makes sense for you. Some of them are free.
All right. We were talking about the triple glaze and double glaze windows, and so Oku had a question about should we consider the soundproof effect of triple glaze windows? Does that factor into anything here?
So if it's important to you, Oku, yes, absolutely. And for some people, if you're living on a busy street or there's a noisy neighbor, yes, then soundproofing is very valuable. And there's no doubt triple glazed windows have a sound reduction benefit versus double glazed. And most manufacturers will give you the sound reduction coefficients if you ask them. They typically don't publish them, but they do exist, and most people have done the calculations. So you can get them, and then you can see how much sound reduction you get. Now, I also measured the sound reduction capability of those fit from the inside windows I used at the rental property upstairs, and they're pretty good. Just adding one extra layer. Now, these were single glazed windows. Adding a second layer, which is fairly tightly fit because of the rubber gasket around the outside to seal the air out, that helps to seal the noise out as well. And I was getting reductions of, I think it was 20 decibels from adding the single layer. Anyway, I don't remember what the decibel number was, but it's very significant. It's a big reduction in the noise level. And if you have a noisy neighbor or a noisy street, then I think it's you could easily justify doing these fit from the inside windows purely from the sound reduction benefit. Now, in addition, you'll get the draft reduction and you'll get the insulation benefit. But if you've got noisy windows, these things are great.
I had a question from Ken. He wanted to know if you recommend heat pumps in California over HVAC.
So I don't live in California, so I'm not totally sure. But I think some parts of California are very hot in the summertime, and some parts get pretty cold in the summertime, like San Francisco. So I think the answer is going to be that because in the summertime we want to keep the heat out, and in the wintertime we want to keep the heat in, and for both those things the answer is insulation, and for both those things, both those situations, the answer is triple glazed windows. So I would suggest you start there because that's completely independent of where you are. You just want better insulation, a better thermal envelope of your house. That's going to reduce your bills no matter whether you're in Alaska or Florida. It doesn't matter. That's going to reduce your bills. After that, you're going to consider how you're going to heat and cool your home. And in most of California, you're going to have a heating season, a substantial heating season, and a substantial cooling season as well. In which case, I think heat pumps are almost ideal because you get the heating in the winter and the cooling in the summer. They will give you the same efficiency as an AC unit in the summertime. So there's no change there. And in the wintertime, particularly if you have mild winters, heat pumps are actually ideal for mild winters. If your average winter temperature is maybe 40 or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, a heat pump is going to be extremely efficient under those circumstances. The heating efficiency drops off as you get down to 30 degrees, 20 degrees Fahrenheit. But at the 40 to 50 degree range, you're going to have very, very high heating efficiency from a heat pump, far higher than you'd get from a fossil fuel furnace. You're probably talking about 5 times or 6 times heating efficiency, 500 to 600% heating efficiency for a heat pump that's heating from outside air at 40 or 50 degrees, 50 or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think if you follow that chain of thought, first do the insulation, second do the windows, and only third come to the heat pumps, I think you'll find anywhere in the US, certainly from Northern California to Southern California, you're going to find heat pumps with a better solution for you than straight AC units, because they give you that 4 times or even better heating efficiency in the wintertime when it's fairly mild outside.
Oku had sent in another question. Again, this was a while earlier. If the furnace is 20 years old, would you still suggest to leave it in place?
That's what I did, Oku. My furnace is 40 years old. It's a dinosaur fossil fuel furnace. It's heating oil, and I bet you it's not even 70% efficient. It's probably about the least efficient fossil fuel furnace on the planet. And still I left it in place because to replace it with a new, even a small heating oil furnace, and I do not have the option of natural gas where we are. There's no natural gas supply around here, so we have to use heating oil. That's going to cost me $10,000. So why spend the $10,000 when I'm spending less than $1,000 a year on heating fuel, and even switching from a dinosaur 70% efficiency heating oil furnace to a brand spanking new 90% efficiency heating oil furnace is going to save me a couple $100 a year. It's not worth it for a $10,000 capital investment to replace that dinosaur furnace with a modern efficient furnace. So that's a good example where efficiency doesn't actually pay.
Okay. Had a question from Judith. She asked if you need to do siding, does it make economic sense to use net zero siding details?
I'm not sure what net zero siding details means.
I wasn't quite sure either. And so, Bruce, I don't know if you heard of this phrase?
Well, I think what she may be referring to is the fact that if you have to remove the siding and you're going to replace it, you should probably lay in a layer of rigid insulation under the siding. And I think it does make a lot of sense, because if you're going to all that trouble and expense, one of the biggest and most difficult ways to figure out a zero energy retrofit on an existing building is the walls. How do you get the same, or even approach the same level of efficiency that you can get with new construction? And this is the prime opportunity to add a layer, even if it's just 1 inch of rigid insulation around the entire house.
David wants to know, I think it's kind of a larger question here, not necessarily specifically targeted to you, David, or to Bruce, but a different David wants to know, how can we make ground source economical? Will volume of scale not bring down the cost like solar if more systems are installed?
So let me just talk about that, David. So there's two economics you have to look at. One is the economics of the heat pump itself. And those have improved dramatically as heat pumps have become much better. This is true for air source and ground source. It doesn't matter. The technology has got much better. The variable speed motors we talked about earlier have got better. The compressors have got better. So that has got better, and the costs will fall. They have fallen already as the scale economies of making more and more heat pumps start to kick in. However, there are no scale economies in digging holes in your backyard. It's just a so around us, if you want to drill well holes, it's $20 a foot, and it's $20 a foot no matter how many feet you drill. So there's no economies of scale whatsoever in drilling or in digging and excavating your backyard. So and that is the bulk of the cost. The $98,000 that we were quoted to do the geothermal on our house, I think well over half of that, I forget exactly how much, but well over half of that was the cost of the drilling. The cost of the heat pumps themselves was okay. It was kind of similar to the air source heat pumps. It was the cost of the drilling that was the rest of it. So there's no economies of scale there. It doesn't matter how much you scale up the manufacturing of ground source heat pumps. It's not going to affect the economics of drilling holes.
Questions. I'll say them each one at a time to give you a chance to respond to these. The first one is from Robert. He said that, and again, this is probably where he is, electricity is 3 times as expensive as natural gas per BTU, so he felt you were being disingenuous to tout the high COP of the air source heat pump.
But there's 2 questions there. One, I'm not sure I got you correctly. If I said electricity is 3 times the cost per BTU, that is correct. If you use, around us anyway, if you use utility electricity at 24 cents per kilowatt hour, and you run that into an electric resistance heater like a baseboard electric heater or a fan heater, that'll be 100% efficient converting the electricity to heat, and you'll be getting heat in your house at 24 cents per kilowatt hour. If you do the same thing with a fossil fuel like natural gas, that would be about 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's 5 cents per kilowatt hour of heat from the fossil fuel. Is 24 cents per kilowatt hour of heat in your house from the utility electricity. Now, if your utility electricity is much cheaper, as it is at say Bruce's home, where it's 5 cents a kilowatt hour, then go ahead. Use your utility electricity that's dirt cheap to run electric baseboard heaters, and you'll be heating at the same price as heating with natural gas. So I think it depends on what your cost of electricity is, but I certainly have no intention of misleading anyone. I don't think I misstated anything, but if you think I did, then please let me know. Let me know in the chat box or email me something, because I have no intention of trying to mislead anyone about these types of things.
I think one good way to think about this is that you don't really buy BTUs, you buy hot water, or you buy a comfortable home. And that the money that you spend to get that comfort or that hot water is really where you want to apply your calculations. So if natural gas fuel is 1/3 the cost of electricity, but the heat pump that makes the hot water or the space heating is 3 times more efficient, they are essentially you're essentially paying the same amount of money to get what you actually use, which is the hot water or the comfort in your space. And being a purist, I believe we need to phase out fossil fuels and do it as rapidly as we possibly can. Maybe not to the very last ounce of that. I mean, but I think where opportunities exist, we do need to take it all the way to zero. And let's face it, if you can take it to zero and come out even, then I think that you're going to do everybody else a favor in the planet as well. So we need to be measuring the correct thing, and I think that the correct thing in this case is the amount of hot water that you get or the amount of comfort that you get, and not the cents per BTU of fuel cost.
Yeah, let me just make one more comment. I was talking about electricity prices being at our local utility rate, which is one of the highest in the nation at 24 cents per kilowatt hour. I want to contrast that clearly with solar panels. If you're generating your electricity from solar panels on your roof at 4, 5, 6, 7 cents per kilowatt hour, you could run that into an electric baseboard heater and be heating your home at 4, 5, 6 cents per kilowatt hour of heating your home. That's not what I'm recommending. That would be cost competitive. That would be cheaper than heating with natural gas. But what I'm recommending is you use that electricity to run a heat pump with its 3 or 4 times. They advertise 4. I think it's about 3 in practice. Heating efficiency, even at 3 times, if you start with solar panels that I'll exaggerate it, 9 cents per kilowatt hour, which is very high in my experience. You end up with heating your home at 3 cents per kilowatt hour compared to burning natural gas at 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So even under very adverse assumptions about the cost of producing electricity from solar panels, you're still heating your house at a much lower cost when you use solar panels to generate the electricity and you use that electricity to power a heat pump.
The other comment that we had was from Stuart. He was kind of putting up a little bit of a warning on heat pump placement. He said, don't put them under the eaves. He has seen heat pumps wrecked twice by snowfall because the architect wanted to improve the looks.
Yep, very good comment, Stuart. Thank you.
Okay, question from our friend Howard. I know Howard, actually. He's from Hawaii. And he says, our heat pumps are rated 3.1 COP at best. How does one find a 4.0 COP heat pump?
Well, they definitely exist, Howard from Hawaii. They both the Bosch ones, I think they're rated about 4 or 4.3, if I remember correctly. The Mitsubishi ones are rated about the same. I would just contrast the rating, which is a bit like the EPA's mileage, gas mileage on a new car. It's not what you're actually going to get. It's done under lab conditions, on standardized conditions, standardized test method. So each car is rated the same way, and therefore you can compare one car's miles per gallon to another car's miles per gallon and say this one is more efficient than that one. Well, that's true under ideal circumstances. And the same goes for COP measurements and HSPF and SEER and all that kind of stuff. They're all done under lab conditions, and so they're great for measuring one unit compared to another unit. However, the real world performance is different, just like your gas mileage may vary. And in my experience with both the Bosch heat pumps and the Mitsubishi ones, which I think are largely regarded as being some of the best you can buy, then the real COP averaged out over the full year is more like 3.0. And in the state of Vermont, they have energy guidelines for how much you can expect to cut your bill using a heat pump, and they use 2.5 as the year-round COP for heat pumps. So my experience has been a little better than that, but it's a little warmer here in Massachusetts than it is in Vermont, so that could account for some of it. So I think if you've got heat pumps rated 3.1, I'm not sure there's any justification for changing them to get to a better COP that would cost you a lot of money and it wouldn't gain you very much. And Hawaii doesn't have particularly cold winters, so you've got a nice mild climate year-round there. I think a heat pump with a COP of 3.1 is probably pretty good for your location. You don't really need that high efficiency, which is most beneficial at the coldest outdoor temperatures.
Right. Again,
go ahead, Bruce.
I'm sorry. I just want to mention that the metric to use with for space heating is the heating season performance factor, and I think that 3 is probably is really good and near the high end of the products on the market. But as things improve, you might be able to get out there and find products that are a little bit more efficient than that, and then you simply have to call around to different contractors and say what's your highest efficiency heat pump and what's the HSPF, and then compare those. So I don't think it's a big problem. It's just really shopping excursion.
Okay. Sergey had a question. What tool did you use to calculate the house carbon footprint?
So that was me. I'm the tool for doing that. I use the calculator on my iPhone. It's really not very difficult. You need to know two numbers. In my case, it was the number of gallons of heating oil I used each year. And I just called my oil delivery company and they told me. If you have natural gas, your natural gas almost certainly prints the amount of therms or BTUs of gas you've used for the whole year on your bill. If not, you can call them and get it. But you take the fossil fuel, you look up, just go to Google and search for carbon footprint of different fuels. The Energy Information Administration publishes this. And then you can just calculate, okay, around where we are, it's about 1 pound of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour of electricity. So you just multiply the number of kilowatt hours by 1 pound. That gives you the result in pounds. Divide by 2,000, you get the result in tons. And then for fossil fuel, depending on what it is, just look it up on the Energy Information Administration website, and it will tell you how many pounds of carbon dioxide are emitted by burning either 1 therm or 1 million BTUs of natural gas, or so many gallons of heating oil, or so many gallons of propane. So it's actually very easy. It just takes a calculator. You don't even need to use a spreadsheet.
John wanted to know if you had any insulation to start with in your retrofit project.
Yes, John. So we had 2x4 cavity walls with 4 inches of insulation in the walls. The roof had 10 inches of fiberglass between the rafters and 1 2-inch ISO board on top of it. We upgraded that to 2 2-inch ISO boards, adding about R10. So the roof went from R40 to R50. We did not change the walls in our house, at least not by taking off the siding. There were a couple of occasions where we opportunistically insulated the walls. That's in the book. All the details are in the book. I won't go into those piece by piece, but that's what we had to start with. We had nothing in the ceiling of the basement. I did
that. Nancy had a question. Can you share your opinion on SIPs, structural insulated panels?
Yeah, so I've never used them because I haven't built anything new or added a major piece to my house that would require the use of structurally insulated panels or SIPs. I do think they're a very good idea. I mean, just the fact you can, with one nail, you can put up essentially the structure, the wood board, the plywood board or the composite board, and put up the insulation at the same time. It's just like, this is labor saving. That's all it is. And I think it helps the contractors to think, hey, I'm banging in the same nail, but now I'm banging in insulation and I'm banging in the structure at the same time. It's very easy to do. The panels usually come painted in a way that seals them from an air tightness point of view, and then the seams are usually then sealed. Zip system is probably the most common system, certainly in the Northeast. I'm not sure how common it is across the rest of the country, but it's very common now. In fact, virtually all new construction uses zip panels, taped seams, and it's a big upgrade. It's a very simple upgrade, very little extra cost, and it improves the insulation and the air tightness all in one go.
Okay. Don wanted to know he wanted to know if your basement is unheated.
It is unheated. That is correct. It is not living space. My basement is not living space, and that's why insulating the ceiling made a ton of sense, because I'm thermally separating the heated space of my house from the unheated space. We use the basement as storage. Now, if you are using your basement as living space, then you really don't want to insulate the ceiling of the basement. You want to insulate the walls of the basement and possibly even the floor of the basement. That living space is now brought within the thermal envelope of the house. So any heat that goes into that space is not leaking straight out into the ground. So that's a different recipe there. Using your basement as living space, you really want to insulate the walls and the floor keep it within the thermal envelope and insulating the ceiling. If you're using it for luggage and storage, insulate the ceiling.
Okay. I want to let everybody know I'm giving the 15-minute warning. 15-minute warning. I know we said we were going to get to every single question. We certainly want to, but I do need to stop at the top of the hour here. And my guess is, David, we probably aren't going to get through every single question that is still left in the queue. But
that's a good compromise. So what I'd suggest then, if people still have questions, please just send me an email. I will try to respond to those questions. But I really want to make sure that everyone's questions get answered.
Well, the other thing I can do too, David, is I can, I believe, and I would get Greenbuilding Media's help on this, I believe I can get access to the entire questions log and then match that up with the people's names and their email addresses,
Okay,
so that I can probably put together that list for you.
That would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay, Eric wants to know, how did you manage the waste during the construction?
My son, Jack, who took that picture from the drone of the solar panels on our roof, is really into waste management. So if you want to do this, I suggest you hire my son. I'm joking. He's going off to college this fall, but he was much more on top of the waste than I was. I mean, I didn't really think about it. I was thinking all about carbon footprints and money and stuff like that. But he really wanted to make sure we minimized anything that was left in the ground. And so things like he walked around the house every evening with the contractors and made sure they picked up all the nails. They hadn't left. He didn't mind sawdust, but he did mind. When you cut through an ISO board, you create kind of plastic dust or a plastic foam dust. And he was just kind of brutal with the contractors. He'd go around and make them clean everything up. And the funny thing is that initially, the contractors probably kind of grinned and bore it. But towards the end, they really started to develop a respect, my son, because he had such high standards. And he would do it himself. He didn't expect other people to do it. He wanted them to do it. But if it needed to be cleaned up, he'd do it himself. And I think that ultimately led the contractors to really respect him. And they started sort of managing their own waste much better. So that's a little example of how you can manage the waste. And I think we managed both the retrofit project, and now we're continuing to manage other renovation projects with a very, very low waste footprint. We recycle almost everything in our house, and we've got an store of wood that we've salvaged from construction sites and things for reuse. And it's amazing how useful the stuff is. We've got I don't know, it's probably about a 20-foot by 10-foot basement that is essentially packed full of bits of wood that we've salvaged. So we really don't let anything go to waste. And in fact, in the book, you'll see there's an example where we reused the ISO boards that were taken off the roof. The roof where we put the 2 layers of 2-inch ISO boards, there was one layer of 2-inch ISO boards before, which was very old and indented, was pooling up on the rubber membrane. So we removed that ISO boards and replaced it with new layers of ISO boards. And my son saved all of the old ISO boards. And I didn't think it was worth doing at the time, but when we came to insulate the front door, the wall around the front door, this is in the book, you can see it, we pulled out those old and yellowed ISO from the basement, and we reused them. So when we put that insulation on the front of the house, it cost us nothing for the insulation because it's all reused material from our roof. So you absolutely can do this stuff, perhaps not with zero waste, but with very, very low waste compared to the way things are typically done, which is call it a dumpster and throw it in.
All right, David had a question, and we talked about blown-in cellulose insulation earlier, and how you didn't get a quote for it. But from a financial perspective, is hiring a company to to blow in that loose cellulose into an attic with a traditional sloped roof, is that as financially attractive as to what you did on a flat roof?
So let me just be clear about something. So blown-in cellulose is a powder, essentially, and it settles to the floor. So you can't use it on the slope part of the roof, it'll just fall down. So blown-in cellulose is typically blown in with like a giant hose pipe where it's just literally blown in, it settles onto the floor of the attic. It's very cheap to install because you don't have to have a skilled contractor. Don't have to have a carpenter. You just literally blow it in like a hose pipe. It's like spray painting the floor of the attic. And of course, because it's like a particles, it can cope with timbers that are off center, or there's an obstruction over there in the corner. So it's very good. And this is the main approach used by MassSave, which is the state government program in Massachusetts, where they will do the installation and pay for up to 75% of the cost, up to $2,000, including hiring a contractor. The most common thing they do is just put that blown-in cellulose in the attic space, because it's very low cost, it's very easy to do. So given that that's the program that they use most commonly, I suggest that's the most cost-efficient way of insulating your attic if the attic for storage or a play space or something like that. If you are using that space for storage, you need to do it on the slope part of the roof, and there you really have a lot of choices. You can put fiberglass in, you can screw ISO boards into the rafters, it's very easy to do, or you can hire a contractor and put spray foam in. So all of those things, I think, make good economic sense, particularly if you have very little insulation today. And between them, I think if I had to choose from a pure economics point of view, I'd probably go with the blown-in cellulose on the floor of the attic, if that's the right answer for your attic space.
Right, David, let me just add to that, because you're exactly right. The insulation on the floor of the attic or the ceiling of the space below is generally considered the easiest and least expensive. If you are trying to insulate the roof plane where you put your exterior insulation on there, there is a way to loose fill insulation in that rafter cavity, the space between the rafters, and it's called dense pack, where you can use either fiberglass or cellulose insulation and blow it behind netting that's been stapled to the face of those rafters. It's fairly common, but in terms of energy performance, insulating that roof plane on the outside and then filling the cavity with some kind of loose dense pack insulation is actually a pretty good approach.
Sticking with the roof for a second, Dan had a question. He said, if you added poly-ISO to the roof, didn't you have to remove and reinstall your roofing? And if so, wasn't that expensive?
So let me just backtrack a minute, Dan. So it's a flat roof, it's a rubber membrane roof. The original construction is 2x10 joists with 10 inches of fiberglass between them, then probably a 7/8 inch plywood board over the top of that, and then the rubber originally one layer of 2-inch ISO board, and then the rubber membrane over the top of that. What I decided to do was, and that roof was 20 years old, which is kind of the limit for rubber membrane roofs, and it was already starting to crack, and we didn't have any leaks, but it was starting to crack up and looking like it was going to have to be replaced. So the first decision I made was actually to do the solar panels, and so it didn't make any sense to put the solar panels on the roof and then have to change the roof, say 5 years later when it finally started leaking. So I decided to change the roof a little bit early, probably 5 years earlier than I would have had to have done. And then do the solar panels on top of that. So that was a major project, but I would have had to have done it in about 5 years' time, and it would have cost me far more, because then I'd have to take off the solar panels, redo the roof, and put the solar panels back on. So I just bit the bullet on that, redid my roof, added that extra 2-inch ISO board, making it R50 instead of R40, saved the boards, as I said, which we then reused on the front of the house, and put a new rubber membrane roof in, and then put the solar panels on top.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I got to a couple of comments from some people. One came from Armando. I happen to know him as well, and if he's not a builder now, I know he was at one point. He wanted to make sure to point out that there are huge differences in ROI from a high-performing house in New England versus a high-performing home in Texas or Arizona, and that triple glazing in the South, he feels, is not worth it. Any response to that?
So the short answer is I don't know for certain, because I don't have a house in Texas. I've never done work on a house in Texas, so I don't know what the payback would be on triple glazed versus double glazed. But your perception, Armando, is very common, that triple glazed is not worth it. And in fact, when I wanted to do my triple glazed windows, I saw US based window companies like Anderson, Marvin, Pella, etc., and they really didn't know what I was talking about. When I said, do you have triple glazed windows, they really couldn't answer my questions. And when I started asking deeper questions like, well, what low E coatings have you got? What kind of gas do you use? It was beyond what they really understood. And the windows we bought were actually made in Canada from a company called Lowen. And in Canada, of course, it's much colder in the wintertime, so they're much more familiar with triple glazed windows. In fact, for Lowen, it's kind of like, it's like what they do. So it was very easy to get triple glazed windows from them. Just a aside, if you live in Sweden, where it's even colder, it is the law to have triple glazed windows. Now, coming back to Texas, remember, a house is a box, and a box has heat flowing in and heat flowing out. And if you want to keep the heat in the wintertime, the answer is insulation. If you want to keep the heat out in the summertime, the answer is insulation. And the insulation, by here, I'm including triple glazed windows or better insulated windows as part of what I talk about as insulation. So, so it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're trying to keep the heat in or trying to keep the heat out, you need insulation and you need triple glazed windows. So I don't know what the economics are specifically in Texas. It's going to depend on fuel prices, which tend to be lower in Texas than they are in Massachusetts. Electricity prices are also lower in Texas than they are in Massachusetts. So the payback period would be different, and it's probably longer with a lower return on investment for triple glazed versus double glazed in Texas than Massachusetts. But I don't know specifically, but I do know that there are a lot of installation contractors here who would tell you that triple glazed is not worth it. And I think that's mostly a lack of familiarity with the product and experience with the economics, because I have found triple glazed is worth it in Massachusetts, but I don't know specifically whether it would be worth it in Texas.
Final comment I wanted to share with you was from, again, someone else that I know and has been a guest presenter on here in the past, Jim. And Jim's comment was on the solar, that the only value is added when the solar is owned and not when it necessarily is leased or it's part of a power purchase agreement. Thoughts on that as well? So
I think directionally you're absolutely right, Jim. Certainly the value to the homeowner is far less if the array is leased or there's a power purchase agreement than if you purchase it in cash. And the reason for that is because the solar leasing companies are essentially lending you the money in order for you to buy the solar panels, and then they're recouping their loan through the payments of the electricity bills to them rather than to your utility company. And if you do the calculations, the implied interest rate they're effectively charging you on the loan is 10 to 11%. That's an unbelievably high interest rate. You can borrow on a mortgage at 3% these days. You can borrow on a home equity line of credit at maybe 4% today, far lower than the interest rate on a lease. And if you're in Massachusetts, you can get the solar loan, which is typically around 3%. So there are much cheaper ways to do this, much better value for money options for the homeowner than going with a lease or a power purchase agreement. So directionally, I think you're right, Jim. I totally agree with you. I think whether it's whether it makes no sense under all circumstances to go with a power purchase agreement or lease, I don't really agree with that, because there are clients of mine, for instance, who are very capital constrained. They don't have a lot of cash, don't have enough of a credit score to get a home equity line of credit. And for them, a power purchase agreement or a lease, which does not require a very high credit score, is actually a very good option, because even though they're not going to save as much money as they would if they had cash, they just can't get there. They don't have the credit history or the cash in the bank to do it. So for people like that, it actually can make sense.
All right, I'm going to have to cut it there. We are at the top of the hour, and I do need to go. But I want to thank David and Bruce for sharing all of their time and all of their information with us today. And certainly thank you to our audience. At one point, I saw the peak was 330. You can understand how we got all the questions that we did. And I apologize on behalf of all of us that we weren't able to get to every single question. But like I said, I'll be doing some homework, compile the rest of those questions, and get them to David for a response. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time today. Also wanted to thank our sponsors, NV Energy and Team Zero, for sponsoring today's record-setting webinar. We have never had one go this long, so congratulations, everyone. You were part of a record. We hope to see you back here next week. We're going to talk about mass timber structures. We're going to be joined by Neil Clemens and Matthew Winston from Hilti, North America. That webinar will take place Thursday, June 8th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care.
Thank you and good night.
Bye, everybody.